Good morning, everybody. Council, please come to order. On the agenda, we had the AP report coming up first, but that's going to be pushed back until after C4, along with the SSC report. So we're going to take the AP and SSC reports on C4 under that C4 agenda item. So with that, we're going to move into agenda item D1. And I'd like to invite Sarah Merriman to walk us through this agenda item.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Sarah Merriman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. This is the allocation review work plan for the Area 2C and 3A catch sharing plan between the commercial and charter halibut sectors that I'll be presenting about. On the phone with me is Kurt Iverson, available for questions. The work plan is posted to the e-agenda, and we have a number of public comments that are attached to the e-agenda as well. The work plan includes a background on the NOAA allocation policy, review triggers, and the process for review, a summary of the resources that help me establish the scope for the proposal, including the format and content of the proposal, and also the proposed content. The objective of sharing a work plan before the review, these have become pretty common in program reviews and the couple other allocation reviews that we've done. It's to align expectations about what will be provided, the kinds of decisions that could be made, the process, and how stakeholders can engage in the process. So action here for the council is to consider the proposed work plan and recommend any changes for the plan for the proposed allocation review. We've had a few of these allocation reviews in the past, but I'm going to provide a quick refresher on why we're doing this. In 2016, NIMS issued a fisheries allocation policy directive and then 2 associated procedural directives. The point is essentially to ensure fishery allocations are periodically reviewed and considered by councils. The policy and the directive establishes 3 steps in the process. The first step is that a trigger is met, and that trigger could be public input based, a time trigger, or an indicator trigger based on some data threshold that the council establishes. The councils are responsible for identifying the fishery allocations in their region and determining what triggers are applicable for each. So most of the allocations in the North Pacific, there were 10 identified. They're part of LAP programs. So the North Pacific Council opted to consider these allocations as part of broader program reviews. These are time-based and established under MSA, so 5 years after implementation and then every 7 years. And we have a lot on the horizon. For the Bering Sea and the Gulf cod sector allocations, for CDQ allocations, and for this action, Area 2C and 3A catch sharing plan allocations, the reviews are standalone. And the North Pacific Council decided to make them time-based as well, but they're on a different timeline, so we're expecting to do these every 10 years. The Area 2C and 3A catch sharing plan was actually implemented in 2014, so technically the review doesn't need to be completed till 2024, but given the busy schedule for program reviews, we have a number of them coming up in 2022 and 2024. The council scheduled this on an earlier time frame. So step 2 has been triggered for the catch sharing plan. Step 2 involves 3 parts: reviewing the FMP, or in this case, program objectives. Are the objectives being met, and have other relevant factors changed that would impact the allocation? The way that this is repeatedly described in the policy directive is that the review is not meant to be an in-depth analysis. So I'm not proposing to evaluate the effect of the allocation on the 2 sectors. The proposal, which I'll go through in a minute, works to address these 3 points. It also includes a dashboard of metrics, which is similar to the previous standalone allocation review in the North Pacific. And then also, this is an opportunity for public comment at this time, and when we bring the review forward, and the council will determine if it wishes to further reconsider the allocation set through the catch sharing plan and or other aspects of the program. If the council does wish to make a change, that would be step 3. They would initiate a formal analysis. So this would basically follow the amendment process for identifying alternatives, soliciting public input. And if the council determines that the program objectives are not up to date, then the council would discuss, evaluate, and if necessary, revise the objectives. During identification of the alternatives, the council should consider factors in one of the procedural directive, 01-11902. It's attached in the references, and it lists out different factors that should be considered when making allocation decisions and other factors that help to evaluate whether allocations are performing well. In defining the scope and content for the review, in addition to the NOAA policy and the procedural directives, we looked to other allocation reviews in the North Pacific and previous SSC guidance, which has greatly helped to focus the scope of the format and the content. We looked to the goals of the catch sharing plan, which I will highlight in the review, in the presentation, and we'll discuss in the review, and incorporating a description of the legal obligations under the Halibut Act and other applicable laws where appropriate throughout the review. And through this process, there's an opportunity to incorporate additional feedback and public comment through the council process. So in that way, I think these allocation reviews, similar to program reviews, are pretty flexible. And if there's additional information people are looking for, they could be incorporated. There have been 2 other allocation reviews. The first was conducted in tandem with the Central Gulf Rockfish Program review. The policy directive was very new at the time, and the SSC had a number of questions as to what we're being asked to evaluate. For instance, whether the review is meant to include only allocations within the Central Gulf Rockfish Program or other rockfish users outside of the program as well. A letter was sent to headquarters, and in response, there was a re-emphasis that it was not meant to be an in-depth analysis at this stage, and to focus on the FMP objectives, if the FMP objectives were being met and the way the allocation is used by allocated groups. So the first 2 reviews have focused specifically on the allocated sectors. The second allocation review, the BSAI Pacific Cod Sector Allocation Review, was a standalone review. During the discussion of the work plan, the SSC identified a series of dashboard metrics to facilitate the review. In particular, it included sector profiles for each of the 9 BSAI Pacific Cod sectors. It also included broader perspective on the status of the Pacific cod stock and ecological impacts, and a description of the management of the BSAI Pacific cod fishery, including management of the state GHL fishery. The BSAI Pacific cod sector presents a very different profile from the Area 2C and 3A Charter and Commercial Catch Sharing Plan, but this review can still serve as an example of the format for considering allocations under Step 2 of the allocation review. Part of the allocation review process is to evaluate whether current allocation objectives are being met, whether the program objectives are still appropriate or if they should be modified. This work plan proposes to include an evaluation of the current catch sharing plan objectives, which are listed on the screen. These are adopted from the problem statement and management objectives that were identified during the development of the catch sharing plan. A couple other points that I wanted to mention in terms of scope and possible decisions. What I'm proposing here for the review is to focus on the allocated sectors of interest. But to help facilitate that discussion, I'm also proposing to provide a high-level overview of resource management for halibut and basic trends on catch limits and expected mortality across areas and user groups for halibut. Given the coastwide nature of the stock and the management process, we know that halibut is highly connected between user groups. Fishing mortality in sectors outside of the catch sharing plan and area apportionment decisions that are made by the IPHC can affect resource availability within the catch sharing plan allocations. So I plan to include some context on that, but I'm proposing to focus the bulk of the review, mostly the dashboard metrics, around the 2 sectors of interest. In terms of council decisions that could be made here, after considering the allocation review, the council could ask for further analysis considering different allocation percentages in the halibut, commercial, and charter sectors. That would trigger step 3 of the allocation review and lead to more in-depth analysis on the implications of proposed changes. The council could also request for analysis on changes to other aspects of the program, the GAF program, the timeline, things like that. In a very similar process, that would trigger step 3 of the allocation review, and it would require additional analysis to consider the impacts and allow for public comment. And any broader programmatic changes that are within the council's authority, for example, involving other halibut user groups, could be considered after receiving the allocation review. This would also require a separate analytical process. So that's the background on the NOAA policy requiring the reviews and the scope that we used. What's left to cover in the presentation is just the proposed content for the review. I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm going to read through the first page. So we have the purpose of an allocation review and a brief overview of the NOAA policy. We plan to include information on the goals of the catch sharing plan and any additional objectives identified by the council. And then, as I mentioned, a section on the Pacific halibut resource, specifically a summary of halibut distribution, IPHC assessment process, and stock status. Summary of the IPHC harvest policy and management process, which results in area catch limits. So the description would be broader than Area 2C and 3A and would include catch limits or expected mortality in other areas and sectors. So the unguided recreational sector, subsistence, and bycatch. Our goal here would be to keep this description succinct and non-technical, referring to more detailed and technical descriptions elsewhere. And then also under this section have time series information on sector mortality limits, area total mortality, total constant exploitation yield, fishery constant exploitation yield for all areas and sectors, and how the resulting allocations establish the Area 2C and 3A combined catch limits fit into this harvest policy paradigm. And then we plan section 4 would be the management process that was created by the catch sharing plan, a description of what the allocations are and factors that went into decision making. The 7th section is a dashboard of metrics that I'm basing off of the sector profiles and the BSAI Pacific Cod allocation review. The metrics that could be used are really unlimited. I don't have a very clean way of saying which things are appropriate and which things aren't. I tried to identify metrics that were accessible, that we tend to use in analyses quite often, that are comparable across sectors, or at least to a certain extent, and help to illustrate the level of harvest and participation and diversity in participation, with the additional goal of keeping the review succinct and accessible, which has been a recommendation from the SSC in the past. So we're hoping that stakeholders and council bodies can consider and prioritize these or other metrics. So just to kind of walk through, for the commercial sector, for both sectors, we're planning on looking at catch limits and use. So limits and harvest in pounds for Area 2C and 3A for the commercial sector, and harvest by sub-area, port of landing, to the extent we can show that. For the charter sector, limits and harvest in pounds for the different areas, and angler harvest and average weight by sub-area. I'm also hoping to work with ADF&G staff to try to illuminate, to the extent that we can, in years where the charter sector has gone over their allocation, some of the factors that may have contributed to that in those years. And then also looking at the number of participating entities. So in the commercial sector, number of quota shareholders in Area 2C and 3A, including CQE, number of vessels in both areas. For the charter sector, looking at the number of halibut charter businesses, number of charter halibut permit holders, and number of anglers harvesting halibut. Then we also plan to look at gross revenue generated directly from target species. So this is pretty straightforward for the commercial sector. We have ex-vessel price and value of commercially caught halibut and X vessel value per commercial vessel. For the charter sector, it's a bit trickier because we don't have a consistent census source where we get price information. But we have a few sources we might be able to draw to understand prices in different types of operations. And we can look at that by angler days, understanding that that's probably going to represent values associated with other things other than just halibut harvesting, depending on the type of operation and the anglers involved. We intend to provide some metrics on gas usage, which is part of the catch sharing program. So conversion rates, pounds and numbers of fish transferred, gas permit holders and percent of self-transfers, number of self-transfers that reach the transfer cap, and average price per pound and average price per gas. We also plan to provide some information on diversification. So for the commercial sector, the fisheries revenue diversification associated with vessel owners. For the charter sector, we can use logbook data to look at trips where multiple species were retained. In the commercial sector, for communities, we can look at port of landing, quota shareholder communities, and CQE communities with quota share and harvest. And for the charter sector, we can look at community or port where trip ended, the CHP holder community, and harvest and effort of CQE permits. And then we have a section 8 where we would discuss the objectives of the allocation and program and whether a discussion on the objectives and whether they've been met and whether significant factors assessed in the catch sharing plan have changed. We're also proposing to include an appendix. In June 2018, the council, with the help of council staff and the social science planning team, identified research priorities that could aid in the discussion of the catch sharing plan allocation review. Specifically, we identified 5 types of comparable information that could be useful. So marginal value, economic impact, total value, ethnographic research, and contextual information on indirect impacts. There is some recent and ongoing research that's been produced around these concepts, particularly marginal economic value in the charter halibut sector and economic impacts in the charter and the commercial halibut sectors. So we're proposing to include an appendix to the review that describes these concepts, what they mean, what the terms mean, and highlight some of the recent and ongoing research relative to these concepts. So again, we're asking the council to consider the proposed scope and content for the allocation review and suggest any modifications to the work plan. The next step is to conduct the allocation review, which is step 2, at which time stakeholders might wish to provide comments on specific changes to the allocation or program. And then if the council wishes to further explore a different allocation or other changes, this would initiate step 3, an amendment analysis. And Mr. Chair, that is the extent of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Meriden. Any questions from council members? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Meriden, and good morning. My question for you is this. How are you only looking at the timeline from when the catch share plan was implemented until the most complete catch data that you can get when you're doing this analysis, or are you going back in time beyond that? I ask that because my understanding is that, there have been several changes in methodology for determining catch levels, particularly in the charter sector in the past, where, I think 2011 was the year that some modifications were made last to the saltwater harvest survey, and then the logbook program was implemented. And I'm just wondering, is that normal going back 10 years, or how do you normally look at the timeline for this sort of review?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thank you for the question. We have been thinking about this a bit. I proposed in the document to go back into 2006, I believe, because that way we could use, one of the reasons is that way we could use logbook data throughout the time series. So the catch-sharing plan started in 2014, and that would give us data prior to the catch-sharing plan to look at. We could go back further, but we would be switching over to using the statewide harvest survey information, which we could do. I think there's also logbook information from 1998 until 2001, if I'm remembering that right off the top of my head. If we combined it with State Water Harvest Survey, we could go back until, I believe the earliest would be 1995. So we could go back further by using both sources of data. I think that could make sense for some of the metrics, like catch limits and use. We could go back further if needed. But, I mean, some of the other ones are self-limiting, like gas usage. Of course, we're only going to have information within the catch-sharing plan. And the statewide harvest survey doesn't include all the other information that the logbook has. So we might not be able to go back as far for other things like diversification potentially, and some of the community metrics that I was proposing. But in the work plan, we were talking about going from 2006 to the most recent year, just to use logbook data. But there is a potential to go back further for certain metrics if there's an interest in that.
Through the chair, if I might follow up. Why would you go back further if you're trying to see how the allocation has worked in the catch-sharing plan, and the catch-sharing plan's been in place for 7 years, and you're talking about already going back many years before that? I don't know why. What would be the rationale for going further back when we had no charter halibut permits and no real management of the charter fleet before that? I guess that's my question for you.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I think there's lots of reasons for different baselines. It is really, we are focused on the catch-sharing plan, but we received some written public testimony, and I think there was some oral public testimony in the AP as well about a longer baseline because of how many years led to the development of the catch-sharing plan and the different things that went into place, like the GHL. And so understanding the activity that went on throughout all those different management activities could be one reason to look at a different baseline. It's really a judgment call, I think, where you want to set that baseline based on the information we have.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Meriden. I'm just wondering if you can, again, relate for me how closely aligned are the metrics you've outlined to the goals of the CSP, or are the metrics really supposed to provide more background information if we wanted to move to step 3?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think it's more of the latter. I can move back to the goals of the program while we talk about this. These goals, I've worked on a few other program reviews, and compared to other program reviews, they strike me as sort of logistical, less of creating a vision for how the fishery might look in the future, and more. These are the steps that we'd hope to take in building a catch-sharing plan. So, for instance, create a management regime that provides separate accountability for each sector. It's more of a direction of the structure of the program they were hoping to create than necessarily like what the council envisioned for diversification in the sector and opportunity and things like that. So I don't know that the metrics necessarily perfectly align with the goals, but I think they could help us get a background context about the sector so we can have a broader conversation about it and any steps that may be necessary for step 3. But they might not be needed to answer the questions of have the goals been achieved, which to me seem a bit more practical than that.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, Ms. Marin. And I agree. I think we could answer number 1, 2, and 4 without any analysis. And I'm wondering if there are specific metrics that you've identified to help us evaluate maybe number 3. And if you need more time to think about that, that's fine. But this highlights to me that the purpose of the review is very high level. And so I appreciate getting the background on all the other information you're going to provide in case we wanted to move forward with something as an analytical package. But if you have anything you can provide on what might help us evaluate or what in your metrics would evaluate goal 3 as you've identified here, that would be helpful to know too.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think mostly just the metric of catch limits in use and seeing years in which the fleet has gone over their harvest and potential reasons why that might have happened. And then in addition, for point 3, just additional public feedback, particularly from the charter sector, on whether they feel that goal has been met would help us identify if we've reached that limit, if we've reached that goal. But I do think the review is meant to be pretty high level at this stage.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Further questions on the staff report? All right, thank you again, Ms. Marinan.
Thank you.
All right. So that concludes the staff presentation, and we've already gotten our AP report on the matter. That will bring us to public testimony. And it looks like we have 6 members of the public signed up to testify. Okay, first up will be Jim Martin, and then Linda Benkin, and then Mark Carroll. And we will be monitoring time on the Adobe Connect site here. So please follow along with that. I will also keep track on our end and on my end and let you know if you are out of time. Individuals and companies have 3 minutes and associations have 6 minutes. So with that, Mr. Martin, are you available? If Mr. Martin is not available, again, we will circle back to those that we missed. How about Linda Benkin?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm here and ready to testify representing the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. As you know, we have a very long history with this charter management issue. I did provide written testimony to you that includes a timeline that goes back to 1993 when our membership first brought to the council's attention that as IFQs were pending and we were expecting people to buy in to buy quota, there was an open-ended reallocation to the charter sector and asking that the council take action to address that open-ended reallocation. And you can track through that timeline. At that point, the charter sector was taking approximately 7% of the combined charter and commercial total, and track through all the work that went into developing a management plan that met the goals of providing a measure of stability to the other people who depend on halibut from subsistence sport and commercial processing industry communities, and gave the charter sector a measure of stability in their sector as well as an uninterrupted season of historic length. And we would ask, as you evaluate this program, that you certainly take into consideration that long history, that the impacts of this program really was the end of a very long line of charter management efforts. And in talking about why the baseline should go back to 1993, it's because we need to think about what the impacts have been to other sectors of this history. We ask that this be a high-level review relative to the goals that were set for the program. The staff has gone through those, but the school sector is being tied to the same measure of abundance was certainly a goal for all of us, the sector accountability. Giving the charter sector an uninterrupted season of historic length was sort of the mantra, and we certainly accomplished that with allowing the charter sector in one of the most action-forcing committees that I think this council has to develop those management measures and move them forward so they could predict what would be in place for their sector through the season. So we ask that you do this as a high-level review relative to those goals and to the, I guess, our request would be to stay out of the allocation battle that really tore apart our sectors and our communities since the early 90s. On other aspects that we would like to see included in the work plan beyond a longer baseline would also be consideration of the RQE. So the RQE is coming along, allowing the charter sector, it's a one-way door for the charter sector to increase their percentage by 10% in 2C, 12% in 3A of what they can make available for their clients. There's no opportunity for commensurate growth in the commercial side. That has a big impact on the cap sharing plan allocations, on the predictability that the charter sector will be able to have in terms of running their seasons and planning for their businesses. It's not available to the commercial fleet in terms of growth. So we think it's very important that the RQE be considered as part of this work plan. We know it's not in place, but it's certainly moving ahead with a lot of support from the council and the charter sector. I think those are the main points that I wanted to emphasize here today. We do feel as if talking about any kind of uncompensated reallocation when you have two mechanisms in place for compensated allocation between the GAP and the RQE really indicates the importance of staying out of those kind of alternatives and instead evaluating this program relative to the goals that were set for it. If there's any changes to be made in terms of evaluating the predictability that the charter sector has, we'd ask that you also consider how those changes affect the predictability available to others who participate in the halibut fishery, whether that's sport fishermen or commercial fishermen or subsistence fishermen that might be affected by growth and additional harvest in the charter sector. So I'll end there. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Question. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Benkin. I'm sort of confused by the initial part of your testimony about needing to provide a lot of information about conditions prior to the catch-sharing plan. The way I hear that, it sounds as if you think that when we did the analysis for the catch-sharing plan, that analysis really failed to document those conditions at the time and the reasons why we chose catch-sharing plan and chose the values that we did. Am I hearing you correctly, or is there something I'm missing in that?
Mr. Twite, through the chair, thank you for the question. No, I think the council staff, as ever, did an excellent job with the analysis for the catch-sharing plan at the time. But the catch-sharing plan was a step in a very lengthy process, and at every single step there was an increased allocation to the charter sector that had impacts to all other users. And to think about the catch-sharing plan as a snapshot without taking into consideration the impacts of charter management and the reallocation that went on prior to that, I think would be missing the impacts that need to be part of this review of the program in terms of potential growth in the sector, in terms of being able to meet client need and achieve the predictability that the sector has always asked for. That's all part of this review and looking at rather high-level goals, certainly, but what the impacts have been of the cat sharing plan and charter management over time.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Benkin, for your testimony on this issue, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying. My biggest question for you, though, is regarding the RQE program and its inclusion in this high-level look at the cat sharing plan. And I would agree with you that the cat sharing plan or the RQE should be included if it was a functioning program. But what we know now is that the RQE was vetoed at the executive branch last time Congress passed this legislation, and it was vetoed at the urging of the agency because they didn't like the bill it was attached to. So it's a very realistic possibility that the agency has the exact same response a year and a half later, should this thing make it through the House of Representatives and get the executive branch. So we don't really know right now. I guess what I'm saying is it's a long road before we know if we have a functional RQE. So would you expect that the staff does an analysis of if it was a working entity and if it was able to actually purchase quota from the commercial sector and they were willing to sell it to the RQE, which is another question, then these impacts could be this or that to the charter sector at some point in the future? Is that how you'd expect the staff to incorporate this into this allocation review? Because it seems pretty speculative at the moment to consider the impacts when we don't have a working program, and I don't feel like we're right on the verge of getting one at this point.
Yeah, thank you through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. I appreciate the politics that can happen. Also feel that there's a huge amount of momentum behind moving it through. But more importantly, you're also at the beginning of a fairly long process with developing this work plan, and to discount the RQE when it will provide the charter sector that additional measure of predictability that I think Ms. Kimball correctly identified as the main focus of this review. That's what the RQE is all about. And to pretend that that's not out there and coming down the pike, even if it's not in place yet, is to me to ignore a really key element. And if it is included in the work plan as a moving piece at this point with the potential to provide up to 10%, up to 12%. You're doing a high-level review. That doesn't sound like a huge analytical load, but it doesn't make it through the political process in the next 3 to 6 months. You can certainly drop it or indicate that, but I think it would be a real disservice to the industry to not include it in the work plan at this point.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Hanson, did you have a question? Okay. All right. Any further questions for Ms. Benkin? All right, thank you, Ms. Benkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Mesereau, did you have another question?
No, and I think every time I raise my hand, Dave Hanson's hand raised on the box too.
Okay. All right. So next up is Mark Terrell, then Kathy Hanson, and then Forrest Braden.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. My name is Mark Carell. I'm a commercial longliner in 3A, and I'm speaking on behalf of Cordova District Fishermen's United. We're an association of several hundred fishing families based in Cordova. I would like to urge Council not to reconsider the allocation between the charter and commercial fleets at this time. The catch sharing plan has been a success, and most importantly, really, it has allowed the commercial and charter fleets to work together as allies, something that is actually really rare in the world of fishing. I've been a part of the IPHC process for the last 2 years and have deeply enjoyed working with the charter fleet to advocate on behalf of our shared interests in the conservation of the halibut stock and a fair allocation for all of Alaska. The Canadian delegation has been very aggressive at the last several IPHC cycles, and I think it's imperative that the U.S. charter and commercial fleets can continue to work together on behalf of our common interest. Reconsidering the allocation would pit us against one another and create a battle that benefits neither party. I appreciate a high-level review of the catch sharing plan, but urge you not to make any changes to the allocation plan at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corral. Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thanks for your testimony. Next up is Kathy Hansen.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm Kathy Hansen, Executive Director for Southeast Alaska Fishermen's Alliance. I was also a member of the stakeholder committee that helped the council develop the catch share plan starting in 2007. And at the time, at first we started to tackle a great big, huge package. And then it became evident that it needed to be done in steps. And so, it started with limited entry. We went to the catch share plan, and then the RQE was kind of the final piece, which provided compensated reallocation between the sectors. To not include the RQE, or at least the potential of the RQE, would be doing a disservice to the process that we've gotten to at this point. Now, and some of the questions that were just asked recently, yes, the RQE might have difficulty getting through the federal process. There is still an ability to provide funding for the RQE through a state process. It might not be the desired one for the charter sector, but if they truly wanted an RQE, it is a possibility. And I think that needs to not be forgotten as we talk about this. For me, as the presentation was given, step 2.3 on page 3, where Sarah talked about other relevant factors. The RQE is the huge other relevant factor that is a part of the catch share plan that needs to be considered. I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms. Hansen. See if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Forrest Braden.
Good morning, Chair Canine. I've got 2 bars on my phone. Am I coming through okay?
Yes, loud and clear. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the council. Forrest Braden testifying for Southeast Alaska Guides Organization. I really appreciate this opportunity. We would like to support the allocation review moving forward as outlined in this work plan. We would caution not to exclude any elements or any steps. At this point, it would be preliminary. There's been testimony, both written and oral, to the idea that it should be high level, looking at objectives that exclude allocation adjustments. And I think that there's good reason, if we have the information available to us, that would show that there might be reason to look at allocation adjustments. I'll speak briefly to that, but first I'd like to address the idea of the RQE being sort of a net to this review. It's, as was said in questioning, it's not in place. But even if it was in place, we really have no idea how it will function. We don't. It's willing seller based, as is the GAF program. There's nothing that says that allocation has to move, and we don't have any track record and won't for a while to see if that would actually happen. Same with the GAF program. There is some self-GAF that happens, but by and large, that GAF comes from commercial quota holders that are willing to release that, and that could change over time. So two of the things that have been brought up are not stable or guaranteed for the charter sector. And I would also say that we have a cap sharing plan that does have a 7-year track record, but to exclude examining both regional and port effects of that would be a bad idea at this point. For instance, in Area 2C, which we're involved in and we represent, the GHL had stair steps with a different dynamic in low abundance than the cap sharing plan does. And now we've dropped to abundance levels where we will be able to see the effects if the analysis goes forward and concentrates on them to different ports. There are geographic differences in effort, which the CSP nor the GHL actually addressed. And there are ports and businesses that are highly affected by low abundance and the dynamic now or the cap sharing plan relationship between commercial and charter. And to exclude that at this point, I think would be premature. So however this moves forward, we ask that those things not be excluded and that we not just depend on two programs that are voluntary on the commercial side to just say that, we shouldn't be looking at allocation ratios especially at low abundance. So that's what I have today. We're open for any questions and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Braden. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Braden. I guess I'm wondering if, based on the metrics that the staff provided for this, are you suggesting additional ones in order to get to the information you mentioned? I do see quite a bit on communities, port of landing, ability to reach the allocation, differences between 2C and 3A. I'm trying to discern whether there's something additional you need.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Through the chair, it's possible that the information that will be produced through that analytical process would be sufficient. I don't know how granular that could get, but just based on some of the conversation here, we just want to make sure that if there is additional information that's needed based on our testimony and these concepts, that it would be considered and that we just not exclude effects of the CSP at this point and not exclude the idea that there might need to be an allocation adjustment, particularly at low abundance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thanks, Mr. Braden.
Thank you.
Next up is Tom Gemmell. Then we'll circle back to Jim Martin. Mr. Gemmell? Yeah, you need to unmute him.
Mr. Gemmell, I think you're unmuted. You can try looking. It might be on your phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Good morning.
Okay, great. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of council. I'm Tom Gemmel with the Halibut Coalition, representing 13-member groups and about 400 individual fishermen. Just a couple points, a little bit to emphasize what was previously commented on. The first point is the baseline for the analysis. I think it's important to remember that this has been a long process with lots of steps, but kind of on the financial end, there's a lot of people make multi-decade investments in either boats or lodges or quota shares. So I think it's important that the baseline go back as far as we can. Number two, do support including the potential impact of the RQE in the analysis. The increase in quota contemplated by the RQE is quite significant and will have a lot of impact throughout the communities. Last point, anytime we bring up an allocation review or things like that, it causes a lot of instability, particularly young fishermen, trying to get their start in the fishing business. And, they've got to put together permits, boats, that kind of stuff. So it's important to, I think, bear in mind potential impact on the young fishermen. That might conclude my remarks, subject to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gemmel. Questions? Thank you for your testimony. All right, last up is Jim Martin.
Okay. Once again, this is Jim Martin. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Thank you. For the record, my name is Jim Martin. I'm Executive Director of the Alaska Charter Association. And our members are statewide charter operators in 2C and 3A. Our members operate about more than 500 charter halibut permitted vessels. And I think we're all in agreement that the triggers have been met to move this forward. I just wanted to touch on a couple of points. One of my concerns is the inclusion of RQE in this discussion. It's my understanding that the RQE is actually an amendment or modification to the halibut IFQ program, which is a little different than the CSP. So that's one issue I think that needs to be resolved. And as far as the timeline going, how far are we going to go back and looking over at some of the material? I was seeing that it was back in 2004 that the Alaska State Legislature passed HB 452, which implemented the whole logbook program registering charter vessels, and the rationale at that time was to promote professionalism and the viability of the charter industry. So I hope that if we're going back, we remember that the viability of the industry is a key element to this discussion. And I think that one of the difficulties we've had is that and other testifiers have mentioned this, is that the IPHC moves allocation or quota around from region to region, and Area 3A in particular has had some problems with that. And we mentioned Canada and their collection of extra quota for their side, and those are things that we have to deal with. But these are things that make it really hard to fulfill the goals and objectives of the CSP. So those are my comments. I appreciate the work of the council on this and look forward to working on it some more, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Questions? Right, I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Council, that concludes our public comment on the matter. Let's stand down for a few minutes, come back in 5 minutes or so and see what action the council wants to take just after 9 o'clock Alaska time. And we'll go from there. Council, please come back to order. Okay, again, we have concluded our staff presentation and taken public testimony. Council wish to take action. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion here for the council to consider. My motion for D1 halibut catch share plan review is as follows. The council adopts the proposed halibut catch share plan work plan and tentative scheduling for the halibut catch sharing plan in IPHC areas 2C and 3A. With a second, I can speak to that.
Is there a second?
Second, Jensen.
All right, seconded by Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Jensen, for your second. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff. This is the sticky issue, and this was a solid, understandable, concise document that seems to be in line with a good review of a work plan. It appears to be pretty complete, and initiating the next step in the allocation review process will be informative to the council in determining if the goals of the catch sharing plan have been achieved. The analysis should be focused on the program's operational performance and goals, while bycatch, as discussed in the advisory panel, has an impact on catch limits within the charter sector and regulatory 3A, and it might be helpful to understand how significant those impacts are in higher bycatch years. This document should focus on the catch sharing plan between the longline and charter sector as the main focus. The same holds true for the RQE program. Since there is currently no funding mechanism or legal regulatory mechanism to require fee collection, the RQE program is not functioning. And it seems challenging for the staff to accurately determine the impacts of the working RQE program since there are no other programs like it to use for comparison. There is a long road until the RQE becomes a regulation that we can use. But with that said, I would suggest, to be fair to stakeholders and the written and public comment we have, that the staff does include a high-level review of the RQE in the document. It's the fair thing to do, and I'm not interested in trying to push forward a document that doesn't take into the concerns of the fixed gear sector as well. So I would encourage the staff to include that as a high-level review. Other than that, I'm proposing the staff just carry on with the implementation of the allocation review as described in the document with no significant changes in the work plan or the proposed timeline described in the document. I hope the council will accept comments from the Charter Halibut Management Committee on the upcoming document if the council decides to move it forward. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any questions on the motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the motion. I apologize if I missed it, but I think your motion also included direction in terms of the council supporting the tentative scheduling for the CSP allocation review. And maybe this is more of a question for staff, but I missed what that tentative scheduling would be, and I wondered if we could get a review of what that is and how the SSC's inability to take up this agenda item at this meeting might affect that tentative scheduling.
Through the chair, I think that's a question that we may have to hear from staff and Mr. Woodrow to answer.
I think so. Mr. Woodrow, do you have any thoughts to share?
No, I just anticipate having a discussion about timing and priority measures during staff tasking.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have now.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the motion. Just as a follow-up to Ms. Baker's question, your intent is that we would still try to get an SSC review if they have time on their schedule. And as Mr. Witherow said, we can talk about that in staff tasking, but your approval of the tentative scheduling doesn't preclude the ability of the SSC to review the work plan. Is that a correct understanding?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. I'm not trying to undermine the SSC's ability to review the document, but they pulled it from the agenda at this meeting, and I'm hopeful they can make time to review this 8-page document to determine if the work plan is consistent at some point in the near future, since we are trying to move things through the agenda.
Thank you.
Kimball. Further questions on the motion? Okay, any amendments? No amendments. Any comments on the motion? Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the motion. I think it's well put together. The staff work so far has been good. I appreciate the fact that Mr. Mesereau included the RQE at a high-level review. I think that's an important part of it at this stage, so I'll support this.
Thank you, Dr. Balsiger. Mr. Down.
Dr. Balsinger just said exactly what I was going to say, so I just would mention I'll support this. And Mr. Mesereau, I really do appreciate the inclusion of the RQE in your comments, and you're urging the staff to include what they can on that, recognizing the limitations that you brought up. But I appreciate that you deferred in fairness to that. I thought that was very good on your part, so I appreciate that very much, and I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll support the motion as well. Thanks, Mr. Mesereau, for putting that together. And I'll note that the staff presentation, the clear and concise staff presentation, as well as our continued experience with these allocation reviews, really made this a fairly straightforward item. And so I very much appreciate that. So thanks, Mr. Mesereau. I'll support your motion.
Ms. Baker. Further comments before we vote? Okay. Going to the vote then. Is there any opposition to Mr. Mesereau's motion? Not noting any opposition, so with that, the motion passes unanimously. Further action on D1. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Okay, that concludes agenda item D1, so we can move right into D4. So with that, I'll invite Council Staff John McCracken to walk us through what we're doing with C4 and the crew that will be presenting. Good morning, Mr. McCracken.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm assuming you guys can hear me. As we wait for the PowerPoint presentation to be loaded, I'll just quickly walk through. So with me today will be Mr. Brannon, Daryl Brannon. Daryl and I are going to walk you through the elements and of the analysis, and then we will have Mr. Downs, who will walk through the community impacts parts of this analysis, and then Miss Abby John will provide an overview of the Observer program, And then finally, we'll have Ms. Stephanie Wapinski providing an overview of the EA, and then she'll go over a couple of slides that talk about the implementation of this program. And then I will conclude with a couple of slides that talk about how the problem statement, at least how the package, the program, the PPA speaks to the purpose and need statement. And so based on that, you can kind of see here in the roadmap for the presentation, we have a much briefer presentation compared to the previous two presentations we've done. Daryl and I are, when we're walking through the elements and options, we are going to, instead of having a separate section that deals with the effects of the alternatives, we are instead going to weave in the effects with regards to the PPA in the appropriate elements as we're moving through those elements and options. And with that, I will go ahead and start the presentation. We're going to start with element 1, but before I jump into that, I just want to let you know that we did add a little bit of information to the background section of the RAR based on input from the council, AP, and the industry and what they wanted to see in that section. So we have updated that to include the information that was requested. So looking at element 1, there really wasn't since the June meeting, there really wasn't any large changes to this section of the document. Element 1 deals with cooperative style, and it's an important element. So I just thought I'd remind the council members what element 1 is. So right now, it's currently through the iterations that we've gone through, it's now drilled down to a voluntary harvest cooperative within a processor association. A voluntary harvest cooperative selection includes two options for formation. The first option is a no limitation on the numbers of LLP licenses or the percent of catch history. The second option is 3 eligible LLP licenses. Harvesters have unlimited discretion to choose any cooperative and may freely move among those cooperatives on an annual basis. And again, weaving in the impacts from the harvester section into element 1. Under the PPA, cooperative harvest privileges are expected to reduce the motivation to race for fish and provide an optimization of harvest of CQ. So now we'll move into element 2, and we'll walk through the different elements, the different sub-elements in element 2, because there are several. The first one is element 2.1. This element addresses eligibility. Eligibility is determined by the use of an LLP license that authorized that vessel's legal landings of qualifying target trawl, CV, Bering Sea, Aleutian Island cod, Pacific cod catch. Target cod catch history during the qualifying years would be assigned to an LLP license as QS, qualifying catch history or qualifying shares. Trawl CVs that hold valid LLP licenses to use trawl gear in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, but do not have QS assigned to their LLP license, they could continue to still harvest cod as incidental catch in other fisheries, but could not target cod in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands. The minimum threshold percent option that is included in element 2.1 would be to assign QS under element 2.1, which that option would range from 0.25% to 1% by an LLP holder. This option was not selected as part of the PPA. Element 2.2 provides 3 different qualifying year options with 2 different drop year options and without sea season included. Tables 2-87 through 89, starting on page 175, provide an LLP count and also provide the distribution of aggregated annual average qualifying landings by quintile groups under each of the qualifying years. Under the PPA, which was selected in June of 2009 to 2019, this information is provided in Table 2-88 and is on page 176. So this PPA is not no C season, and there was no drop years included with the PPA. So it shows that 92 LLP licenses would qualify, not including the 7 LLP licenses with transferable A endorsements that also qualify. In other words, there would be 7 LLP licenses that are using transferable AI endorsements. They are not included in that Table 2-88. So the lowest quintile group is 44 licenses, each having an annual average qualifying landings of less than 250 metric tons, which as a group is 12% of the total qualifying landings. So adding in the 7 LLP licenses with transferable endorsements to that table would be included in that quintile group. In other words, those 7 LLP licenses, they're not shown in that table because the analysis was expanded after the table was already created, but those 7 LLP licenses would be in the lowest quintile group. They have less than 250 metric tons of annual average qualifying landings. So instead of 44 licenses, it would be 44 plus 7. In the highest quintile group is 5 licenses, each having an annual average qualifying landings of greater than 1,000 metric tons, which as a group, again, is 17% of the total qualifying landings. Element 2.3 addresses stacking of multiple eligible LLP licenses on a vessel. This element includes 2 options, absent an agreement by the license holder at the time of application. Qualifying catch history used to generate QS assigned to the license is based on that agreement. If there is no agreement, then there is 2 options the council can select. There is option 2.3.1, which would divide the qualifying catch history equally between the licenses that authorize the legal landings that are stacked on that vessel. And then option 2.3.2, which the owner of the vessel that made the landings would assign the catch to the LLP license. That option was selected as the PPA. In licenses of multiple LLP licenses on a vessel, but not multiple area endorsements, the vessel's area-specific qualifying catch history used to generate the QS will be attributed according to the LLP license's area endorsements. In other words, a Bering Sea endorsed LLP license that authorized the Bering Sea qualified history would receive that history, while an AI endorsed LLP license that authorized the qualifying history in the AI would receive that history. Element 2.4. Element 2.4 right now provides the direction that each license will be issued BSAI COD CQ based on its share of BSAI COD QS, and CQ would not be designed at the seasonal or sub-area level. And we have some bolded language in here. And just back up a little bit, because I forgot to mention that when I was starting out, that this, like the previous iterations, initial reviews, council staff did have some additional comments or additional issues that needed some council direction from us for us to analyze or clarifications, and that information is summarized, I believe, in Table 2-5. This is to be the first of those, and as we go through, as Daryl and I go through the document, there will be some highlighted bold text in our presentation, which we'll speak to, which is sort of going through that table piece by piece as we go through the elements and options. So this first one is NIMS is recommending to issue CQ by season as a tool to ensure that the seasonal limits are not exceeded and allow for seasonal limits to be effectively enforced. it would be difficult from the agency's perspective. It would be difficult to rely solely on cooperative management of seasonal limits without the ability to enforce the seasonal limits. In other words, if CQ was issued as an aggregate, a cooperative could transfer CQ to another cooperative, and it would be difficult to determine when that cooperative would be harvested. Ultimately, it will be difficult to rely solely on cooperative management of the seasonal limits without the ability to enforce those limits. I'm going to stop there for questions.
Yeah, it looks like I think we have a few, perhaps. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, John. I don't think we allocate seasonally to other programs like AFA, where we rely on the co-op to manage the season limit. Can you, I guess, A, confirm that's the case, and B, maybe talk a little bit more about why this program would be different? Thanks.
Ms. Vanderhoven, that I believe that is a correct assessment of the AFA, but I think that there was some concern by the agency with regards to, like I've indicated here, being able to monitor for purposes of making sure that the overall the sector does not harvest all of its annual A, B seasons, CQ in one particular season. And so they wanted the ability to be able to be able to enforce those limits for the 74% A season limit and 11% B season limit. And I think that in discussions with the agency, there have been some issues in the past where that has been a difficult element for them. Like, for example, from what I understand, and I think the agency can speak to it more than I can, a CDQ program is a prime example where it's been relatively difficult to track the CQ or the quota in that particular case, and making sure that all of the quota is not harvested in one season or harvested in greater amounts than what is authorized under the regulations.
Through a chair, this is Stephanie Workinski with National Marine Fisheries Service, and I just wanted to add to Don's wonderful comment on this, and that the other issue with this particular program in comparison to something like AFA is we don't know how many cooperatives are expected under this program. And so I just wanted to add that in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Workinski. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to make sure I understand, John. I think you addressed my question, but I am trying to reconcile the two bullets, the one that starts with bold text in terms of NIMS recommendation, and then the following major bullet in terms of relying on co-op agreements to ensure the seasonal limits are not exceeded. Really, it sounds like the agency concern about issuing both A and B season CQ at one time is not that if all that CQ stayed within one cooperative that it would be difficult or there would be a high risk that cooperative would exceed a seasonal allocation. It's more the potential for the transferability of CQ among the cooperatives if that annual CQ is issued, and that the difficulty tracking that is really prompting this recommendation is my understanding. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Ms. Baker, that is correct. That information is provided in the analysis on top of page 191. It basically says a cooperative could transfer their CQ to another cooperative, and it would be difficult from the agency's perspective to determine when that cooperative would be harvested. And so that has prompted this recommendation from the agencies, from Madam or Mr. Chair and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Mr. Chair, I do have another question, but it's sort of a different topic. So I see Mr. Merrill has his hand up. Maybe I'll hold off a minute and see if Mr. Merrill's comments or questions were on the same issue.
Sure. Sounds good, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I think you have summarized the key concern that the agency had on this issue. My comment, unless there were other comments on 2.4, was on a different portion of element 2. I will defer to you.
Ms. Baker.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to reference a comment letter that the council received in terms of, or I'm not even sure if it was in a comment letter, my apologies. I certainly heard concern in discussions before the council meeting started about NIM's recommendation to issue CQ by season from the industry perspective. And I think there was some concern about the actual process by which that CQ would be issued and how the amount would be determined. And the one concern I heard specifically was about an issuance of CQ to a particular cooperative that would not match up with the individual cooperative members' A and B season catch history, for example, and that the CQ allocation to each cooperative by season could cause some pretty significant operational constraints in terms of that. And so I guess I was wondering if it would be possible to walk through how National Marine Fisheries Service would do the seasonal allocation. I think that industry concern is going to be addressed by the way NIMS will do the seasonal allocation, but I just wanted to confirm that since I did hear the concern.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, were you looking for me to provide a brief statement about that issue?
Yes, please. If we have a description or someone can provide a description of how the seasonal CQ allocation would be made, that would be very helpful.
In the analysis, in the second paragraph of page 191, second sentence, it kind of leads off with NIMS would issue the A season quota and then the B season quota separately to reduce any concerns about catching all the quota in the A season, impacting stellar sea lion protection measures in place. And then the other aspect of that would just be the bullet, the second to last bullet in there that feeds into that or integrates with that statement, which is that rollovers from the A season to the B season would occur. So in other words, if they don't catch all of their A season, any remaining portion of CQ would be rolled to the B season.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCracken.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I may, with your indulgence, just to follow up on the line of questioning with Mr. McCracken, I think perhaps some of the confusion that's come in from perhaps some of the industry perspective is whether or not the agency would be issuing separate A season and B season quota share, not cooperative quota, but quota share. And that is not the intent of the program or how we were intending to administer the program. Instead, once we determine the amount of allocation that would be provided to a specific LLP license, there would be an amount of quota share that's issued. Then on an annual basis, if that LLP license is assigned to a cooperative, a portion of that quota share will yield an amount of cooperative quota in the A season and yield an amount of cooperative quota in the B season. In other words, we won't be issuing A season quota share based on A season landings and B season quota share based on B season landings. It's a combined amount of quota share. I think some of the industry concerns are valid were we to go down that path, but that was not how we were anticipating that we would be implementing this program. So that might help address some of the potential confusion, and I believe there's been some discussion with industry participants on this matter. My other question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is on the general statement at the start of element 2, which reads, catch history determined allocations under this management action will not be considered beyond December 31st, 2019. And I certainly understand, and there's a lot of rationale in the analysis and in previous discussions, that we're not considering allocating beyond those years for a variety of reasons. But I did want to clarify that the analysis itself would include the most up-to-date information that we have in terms of the operation of the fishery. That may be 2020 history or operations and or 2021, depending on when this analysis is completed and when final action and a final rule is issued. And I just wanted to clarify with staff that that assumption is correct.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Merrill, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Okay, Mr. McCracken, I don't see further questions, so please continue.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to walk through the rest of element 2. So this one is the last slide for element 2 addresses elements 2.5 through 2.7. 2.5 was selected as the PPA that would only allocate A and B season as QS to cooperatives, leaving the C season, which, just to remind you, is 15% of the sector allocation, as a limited access fishery. Leaving the C season as a limited access fishery could reduce the potential of the trawl CB sector harvesting all of their CQ in the Bering Sea and the impacts this could have on other sectors also trying to harvest their allocation in the Bering Sea as well. This option would also likely result in some TAC or ICA being reallocated to other sectors later in the year. Those last two sub-bullets are associated with the selection of element 2.5 as the PPA. Element 2.6 addresses the management of groundfish species not allocated. Element 2.7, this is a relatively new sub-element that was added in June. Element 2.7 would remove the AFA BSAI trawl CB Pacific cod sideboard limits. And we have some bolded language here. So just walk through the first sub-bullet there. If element 2.5 were selected as the preferred alternative, the council may want to maintain the existing C season BSAI Pacific cod AFA non-exempt sideboard limits, since the C season would be managed as a limited access fishery. And there, the table 2-102 shows what those different C season sideboard limits are, and that's on page 195. And in that is the uniqueness of that is the sideboard limits for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands are broken out by season. So in a sense, the council, if they selected this to remove the sideboards, they would be removing the sideboards for the A and the B season, but leaving the C season sideboard in the regulation, since it is since it would be treated under the PPA or the preferred alternative that's selected as a limited access fishery. The second bullet, the council may want to consider removing from regulations of the existing AFA non-exempt trawl CVs, Bering Sea Aleutian halibut PSC sideboard limits for the cod fishery, since they are non-constrained relative to the existing halibut PSC limit. In other words, the sideboard limit is higher than the actual halibut PSC limit itself. So those old residual sideboard limits for this group of vessels is non-constraining, and so staff would recommend the council remove those existing halibut PSC sideboard limits. If there's no further questions on element 2, I'll move into element 3. Okay. Element 3 addresses prohibited species limits. And I'll just walk you through real quickly what's included in this element. So element option 3.1. This option is crab PSC would remain at the TLAS level. In other words, it would be shared by the crab PSC limits would be shared by the AFA-CP sector and the trawl-CV sector. Option 3.2 would establish separate halibut and crab PSC limits for the trawl-CV sector and the AFA-CP sector. Option 3.3 would reduce the PSC limits by 10 to 35% for halibut and 10 to 45% for the crab PSC. Option 3.4, if element 2.5 is selected as the preferred alternative, then a separate season halibut and crab PSC apportionment ranging from 5 to 15% before applying a PSC limits would be utilized. Table 2-110 on page 206 provides the percent of halibut PSC apportioned to the trawl, CV, and AFA-CP sector using the 3 qualifying years. And this is based on the assumption of 391 metric tons. To that. Table 2- well, let me just back up. So table 2-10 on page 206. So under the PPA, the trawl CV sector would get 98% of the halibut PSC, and the AFA-CP sector would get 2%. So if you used the 391 metric tons as your baseline, that would be equivalent to 382 metric tons for the trawl CV sector and 9 metric tons for the AFA-CP sector. Looking at table 2-11 on page 207, provide. I'm going to stop and wait for the question.
Thank you.
What's that?
Term since last year.
I'll just.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, John. Sorry to interrupt midstream, but halibut PSC is the apportionment process can be a bit complex. So can you explain why in your table 2-110 bullet, we have to assume a 391 metric ton halibut TLAS cod limit? I think some folks might think that limit was fixed in regulation or an FMP somewhere. And so can you describe the process why we have to assume a specific metric ton halibut limit?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, sure. So the only reason I'm assuming 390 metric ton halibut PSC limit is to apply the 98% and the 2% to the halibut PSC limit for the TLAS peacock fishery, recognizing that PSC limit for the peacock TLAS fishery can fluctuate on an annual basis based on harvest spec process. So in this particular case, what is in regulations and cannot be altered unless the council changes through an amendment process is the 745 metric ton halibut PSC limit. That 745 metric ton PSC limit applies to the TLAS fishery. So in other words, it's the amount that is used by the AFA-CP sector as well as the trawl CV sector for all of their TLAS fisheries. So when carrying that 745 metric tons into the harvest spec process every December, the council determines how that 745 metric tons is apportioned between the different TLAS fisheries. In this particular case, most of it would be, in the past, has been apportioned to the yellowfin sole fishery. And then the other big user of halibut PSC has been the cod fishery. The other TLAS fisheries that could also receive some halibut PSC would be the pollock acromackerel fishery, for example. And so that's an annual process. And again, the council determines how that is apportioned between the fisheries. So looping back to the request, Ms. Baker, so the 391 metric ton is only for comparison, or at least for the analysis, to provide some relevancy to the 98% for the trawl CV sector and the 2% for the AFECP sector. Does that help, Ms. Baker?
It does. Thank you very much. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Back to you, Mr. McCracken.
We have some more questions.
Okay, all right. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given your response to Ms. Baker, John, does that mean that should the council choose a reduction for halibut PSC limit to this particular portion of the TLAS sector, we would be setting the PSC for halibut in the specs process and applying that reduction to whatever cod group of halibut PSC is apportioned every year in the specs process? Is that how that would mean and how that would work? And then that new PSC limit as reduced would be published each year?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that is correct. So every year as the council contemplates how they're going to apportion the TLAS between the different fisheries, there will all, in regulations, whatever that TLAS amount is that goes to the cod fishery for trawl CV sector, because obviously we would have to split the cod between the two sectors, AFACP and the trawl CV sector. But then downstream of that, whatever that PSC limit is that's apportioned to the peacock fishery and ultimately to the trawl CV sector would be reduced by whatever reductions the council selects at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my hand is stuck, so I can't get it down.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. McCracken, for walking us through that. Just for clarity, the amount that is provided in the analysis is around this 391 metric tons, which for many years has been the amount that has been assigned to the TLAS cod apportionment. I just want to clarify, however, that amount could change depending upon use within that fishery or choices that the council makes in terms of its annual specifications process. And I also want to clarify that I believe that has reduced in recent years and is now, I think, around 300 metric tons, if I'm not mistaken. I just want to clarify that process.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Merrill, that is correct. The 2021 halibut PSC for the TLAS cod fishery is 300 metric tons, and it can change from an annual basis during that harvest spec process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Merrill.
Moving to Table 2-11. So we're moving to the next page in your analysis, page 207. So 2-11 provides the percent of crab PSC apportioned to the trawl CV in the AFACP sector, which is based on the proportion of cod allocated to the two sectors. And again, we're using the 2019 crab PSC limits to provide some relevance to those percentages. So, for example, looking at the trawl CV red king crab zone 1 PSC limit in that table 2-11, it's 90 point. Their portion of that red king crab zone 1 limit would be 90.6, and the AFACP sector would be 9.4. Utilizing the 2019 PSC limits for red king crab, which obviously we'll get into, but has changed significantly, of 2,954 animals. The sector's apportionment would be 2,676 in that table, and then the AFACP sector apportionment would be 278 animals. And those percentages are applied for each of the 4 crab PSC species zones. And you can see how those shake out with utilizing the 2019 PSC limits for each of the species in Table 2-11. So before we get to the new crab or the proposed crab numbers that I published in the addendum, I will just kind of walk you through what's in the analysis with regards to the effects of halibut, and then we'll get to crab. So option 3.3, this option deals with reducing halibut and crab PSC apportionment to the trawl CV sector for use in their cod fishery for the cooperative fishing. For halibut PSC, this information is provided in 113, and that is on page 209. And looking at just some brief sub-bullets there, at a 10% reduction, again, using 391 metric ton TLAS apportionment, for comparison, only for analysis, would yield 339 to 344. Whoa, what the heck? Sorry. My mouse just got advanced. Okay, or went back. At a 10% reduction, again, using 391 as your baseline, would yield 339 to 344, depending on the qualifying years. Now, remember, as we've indicated already, that 391 metric ton TLAS apportionment can change on an annual basis during the harvest spec process. So the numbers I'm using in this analysis, the metric tons of how the PSC can change based on whatever happens in the harvest spec process. So utilizing the 391 assumption for the baseline and a 10% reduction, this would have constrained the trawl CV sector in 2 years. At a 35% reduction, again using 391 as your comparison, would yield 245 to 248 metric tons of qualifying years. And again, using 391 metric tons, this would have constrained the trawl CV sector 11 out of 16 years from 04 to 19. Moving to the crab PSC limits, this information on the reductions is provided in Table 2-114 on page 210. In that table in 210, most of the crab PSCs at the time when we were preparing the analysis would likely be non-constraining given the low PSC of the different crab species or the trawl CV sector. The one exception, again, at the time of writing the analysis, is that red king crab zone 1 would have been constraining for the sector in zone 1 crabbing savings area in 2011 at a 35 to 45%. However, obviously things have changed considerably on the grounds, given the proposed 2022 crab PSC limits for red king crab zone 1. I have prepared a crab addendum that was included in the agenda prior to the meeting that basically utilized the same methodology that we used to create Table 2-14 with purposes of the PPA and determined what the red king crab zone 1 under the proposed crab PSC limits would be. And I can walk through that if we want to, or I can move to the next couple of slides and we actually get to the sort of the effects of the PSC limits. In particular, we used updated my effects to include the proposed 2022 crab PSC limits.
Before we do that, Mr. McCracken, we've got a few questions here. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCracken. I just want to clarify when you say back on the halibut PSC, would it constrain the sector in X number of years? And wondering, is constraint just over or under, or is there more subtle reflection in there? When I looked at that, I think one thing that stood out to me when I took a closer look was just when you're actually close to the limit, I think those become constraining. So if you're 100 tons, and just for example, 100 tons over, 100 tons under, you're basically constraining the fishery, because as the harvest gets close, folks are changing behavior so they don't exceed the amount. So I think it is constraining, and certainly would limit the sector's ability to harvest their quota if we were close to that line and behavior had to change enough that they were unable to catch their shares. How did you approach that?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Marks, well, when I was looking at, when I was thinking of the analysis with regards to exceeding the PSC limits, I looked at the background tables in the simply in the element 3 at the very beginning. For example, for halibut, I looked at table 2-105, and I looked at what the trawl CV sector as well as the AFA trawl CP sector caught, or what their PSC, their halibut PSC was on an annual basis from 2004 to 2021. And when I looked at the percentages and the reductions, of the percentages that would be allocated to the two sectors, and then the reduction for the trawl CV, I only used the constraint in a sense that they were over the PSC, their PSC was over the PSC limit. And in a sort of in a race for fish, I think that compared to what the council is proposing here with regards to a cooperative program, I think that it's pretty obvious that the cooperatives have a lot more tools to change their behavior as each of the cooperatives are approaching the PSC limit, their individual PSC limit. Under a race for fish, or a limited access fishery that we currently have, I think that in some ways the industry they don't have quite as many tools. They have a lot of tools, obviously, because it's a sector allocation. And as it's been proven in the past 2 years, they do have the ability to slow their rate, or slow their halibut PSC catch. Over if they're into the halibut early in their cod season, they have in the past utilized some of those tools. And so I think in some ways you're correct that as they approach that limit, or if they recognize that they're going to reach that limit before they catch their A season sector allocation, they can utilize some of those tools and change their behavior. But in comparison to the cooperative program, I think that the cooperative program takes those sector-wide tools that they've been using and applies it at the cooperative level. So I think that there is definitely a nuance between the two. And so when I'm looping back again to when I say constraint, I just mean that they would obviously not be able to catch their A season quota or B season quota if they were exceeded the PSC limit. So it was a very simplified statement. That's as best as I can explain, Mr. Marks.
No, that's helpful. Thanks. But I guess just in a nutshell, at whatever level it is, whenever you're at that margin, it's going to constrain that fishery, whether it's, if we say 11 out of 16 years, it could be more or less, just depending on how those numbers fall and how close they are to the limit. But thanks for your response.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. I think I have a couple questions, but I'll start with this. So, I have looked through the analysis quite closely, and particularly in this section, and I follow the tables, on page 207 to 209. I'm following those along, and they all make sense, and the addendum was helpful. But I think one thing I'm not seeing is this only has a constraining effect on Zone 1, cod caught in Zone 1. So what percentage of the cod is normally caught in Zone 1 as opposed to other areas by the catcher vessel fleet? In other words, what ability do they have to go outside of Zone 1 and catch the remaining quota? Because I guess that's my first question. Let you answer that, and I'll follow up with another question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I might have to ask Daryl, because we actually looked at that for the AP, and I can't remember off my top of my head on the actual percentages off the top of my head. But I know before we get to that part of it, I did want to point the council to, I'm looking for, what I did was in the effects section, I'm looking for the actual page, and I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place here. There is heat maps. There is a heat map associated with alternative 2A and alternative 3 with regards to the Zone 1 boundary. So it would be crab savings area Zone 1 for Bristol Bay Reds. And 2019 cod catch by the trawl gear. So that one information is provided in figure 2-24 on page 334. And then for the pot gear, when and if we get to questions about that, that is information is provided on the previous page on page 333, and that's in figure 2-23. So getting to the question about the ability for the trawl CV sector to adjust to a cooperative to adjust, say, a closure for that particular cooperative from Zone 1, I think that there obviously there is some potential there. The heat map shows outside the border there. There's some question that came up in the AP about the information that was provided to the captain when they were filling out fish ticket data with how that was split across stat areas. So it's not a precise figure at this point. And so they do have the ability to fish their CQ outside of Zone 1 if they obviously hit that a limit, and they have done this in the past. Daryl, do you remember what that percentage was for the trawl CV sector?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. We did have Mike Pye provide us some information on this, and we looked at 2017 through 2021 data. And for the trawl CV sector, over that 5-year time period, they caught a range of from 47 to 68% of their cod in Zone 1. We also looked at it for the pot sector, since we were asked to do that by the advisory panel. And the pot sector had a slightly higher percentage of their catch taken in Zone 1, and that ranged from 44 to 84%, with an average of 62%. So essentially, the trawl CV sector had 51% of their catch in Zone 1 during that time period, and the pot sector had 62% of their catch, or their Pacific catch in Zone 1 over that time period.
So, Mr. Chairman, does that answer your first question there, Mr. Downs?
Yes, that answers my question. I'm going to hold my other questions. I'm going to, I've looked at that figure 2.24 before, and that's about what it looks like. It looks like these guys are, the trawl fleet harvests a lot of cod outside of Zone 1. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks, Daryl, on that, bailing me out there.
All right. Mr. McCracken, I think we'll go ahead and take a morning break here. Let's come back in 10 minutes and resume with the presentation. So about 10:10 Alaska time. Council, please come back to order. Mr. McCracken, we are ready to continue with the presentation.
So, okay, Mr. Chairman, I think that I got some input well offline that I need to walk through the addendum in the presentation, the CRAB addendum that was included on the agenda prior to the meeting. So what I might do is walk the council through that addendum. And so what that shows is that addendum, let me just actually get this. So what it shows is at the very bottom of it, there's a table 1 that includes the proposed 2022 PSC limits. And what I might do is since at the very end of this presentation we were using as a potential slide is some 2 tables that show the proposed 2022 PSC limits for crab and as well as the current PSC limits. And so what I might do is, if give me some discretion, I'm going to move to, I don't know if I have the ability to go to the end quickly. I'd have to scroll through each one. So let me see if I can do that. There we go. Thank you. That was great. Okay, so what this shows is the 2019 crab PSC limits that are under Alternative 3 PPA as we analyzed prior to the crab planting meeting in September, published, using the 2022 proposed crab PSC limits. And you can see there in the left extreme left column there, we worked from the total crab PSC animals, and we walk through all the steps until you get down to, how much would be apportioned to the sector, the 12 CD sector, and then how much crab PSC would not be apportioned and would remain in the water with a 35% reduction. And so this is just for comparison, because the next slide shows what the 2022 proposed crab PSC limits are. So this, in a sense, is the addendum with the addition of 2 additional columns. The extreme left columns there, the total crab PSC number of animals, and then the TLAS apportionment portion of that. And so those are 2 columns that are new to this slide that are not in the addendum. And there was some questions about this during the AP, and so the team felt it was important to include these 2 new columns as a reference. But so these 2 columns are, in a sense, what is in the action memo for the groundfish specifications that you're going to look at later on. So based on the proposed limits for crab, the total crab limit PSC would be for red king crab zone 1, and I'm going to use this as my prime example since this is where most of the interest lies, is 32,000 animals. Of those 32,000 animals, 8,739 would be apportioned to the TLAS fishery. The other groups that receive some of that 32,000 animals are the Amendment 80 group. There's the CDQ as well, as an example. So looking at the 8,739 animals, the next step in the process is apportioning that 8,739 animals across the fisheries categories in the TLAS fishery categories in the harvest spec process. We talked about that process with regards to halibut. It is pretty much the same for crab as well. So in other words, the amount of crab TLAS apportionment that is broken out between the different fisheries, yellowfin sole, peak cod, pollock, acra mackerel, are done in the harvest spec process every December. And so what this table's utilizing there, and you can see my footnote up in the title of that column number 2, it utilizes the 2021 TLAS fishery apportionment percentages to to determine or estimate or basically approximate how much would be allocated to the cod fishery. And in this particular case, it was 11%. So that means 11% of the 8,739 animals would be apportioned to the cod fishery. That number can change in the harvest spec process. So it might be 12% or it might be 10% multiplied times the 8739. That is just used, that 11% is just used for this analysis. So assuming 11% is the fishery apportionment for the cod, we have 975 animals. Of those 975 animals, now we're going to apportion it between the two sectors. So utilizing the PPA that's in our analysis based on cod apportionment between the AFACP sector and the trawl CV sector, the AFACP guys would get 9.4% of the 975, which would be 92 animals. And then the trawl CV guys would get 90.6% of the 975 animals, which would be 883 animals. Recognizing that under the PPA, there would be only an A and a B season, QS and CQ. The C season would be a trawl limited access fishery. Utilizing the other parts of the motion, we're going to apportion 5% of the trawl CV C season of the 883 animals. So that 5% times 833 animals would be 44 animals that would be reserved for the C season, trawl limited access fishery. So the remaining amount, after you reduce after you reduce the 883 minus the 44 animals, is 545 animals. So that's factoring in the 35% reduction as it says in the column there. So the 294 animals that remain unapportioned to the trawl CV sector would remain in the water. The last column is the percentage difference between the 2022 crab PSC limits, factoring in the 35% reduction in the sea season apportionment relative to the 2019 crab PSC limits, again, factoring in all those options and elements of the PPA.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, John. My question was on that last column. That is the percent. Can you clarify the percent difference between the 2022 crab PSC limits relative to 2019 for all TLAS sectors, even those that aren't receiving an additional reduction under this proposed program?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I haven't done the math. Are you, because, I mean, I'm just divided, I divided 1653. Oh, excuse me, hold on here. Let's see. Yeah, 1653 by 545. And so that division should equal 33%, unless I didn't do my calculations right. But that doesn't get to your question, I think, right?
Well, it does if that was the math, but I think the percent difference may be something different than the percent reduction. I guess I was looking for the reduction to the trawl CV sector at issue, and by my math, that would be 67% reduction. Even without taking additional 35% reduction. So I guess I don't want to get confused in the math, but maybe later on I could see exactly what the percent reduction is to the trawl CV sector from these built-in reductions based on crab stock status plus the PPA reduction of 35%. It is, by my math, it is much greater than 33%, but I could be misunderstanding that column.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think that you're right. I think that when you factor in the reduction of the proposed PSC limits, combined with the 35% reduction, I believe we're in that 60% area that you're referring to. For the life of me, I cannot find. I thought I had written that down somewhere, but I don't have it off anywhere on my papers in front of me.
That's okay, John. Thank you. Mr. Chair, maybe we could get that for each crab species sometime during, after public testimony. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Kimball. I think that's a good idea. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think, as Ms. Kimball has noted, that perhaps there's some confusion here. As I understand it, the total crab PSC limit in Zone 1 would decrease from the current 97,000 animals to 32,000 animals, and that is greater than a 33% decrease, but we can get more detail on that. My question is more on the operational aspects of what you've described here, John and Mr. McCracken. And in particular, I just want to understand that what the cooperatives would receive under this 35% reduction assumption is 545 animals that would have to be then apportioned out among all of the cooperatives. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Merrill, that is correct. The last part of the motion for element 3 speaks to that, in the sense that it is that 545 animals would be allocated to all the different cooperatives based on their percentage of CQ. So if a cooperative forms gets 5% of the CQ, it gets 5% of 545 animals.
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Chairman. So just one clarification then. So for example, if there were, just for illustration purposes, 10 cooperatives and they all had an equal share of CQ, then each of those cooperatives would have 54.5 crab that they would have to manage in order to be able to continue to be able to fish in Zone 1 during the A and the B seasons. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. All right. I don't see additional questions, Mr. McCracken.
I just to confirm with Ms. Kimball, I do believe that 33% is not correct. So I'll need to go back and look at my math, but I do not want to do it on the fly. So I need to go back to where I was before. So whoever's operating the slides, can we get you close to element 3?
Mr. McCracken, Mr. Down looks like he has a question. Or
Mr. Down, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did, but I took my hand down. I think I got it figured out. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for whoever moved me back to the slide number 10. So I'm going to move to the next slide. So sub-option 3.3.3 would phase in PSC limit reductions over a 3-year period. This is an option that was added at the June meeting. Table 2-19, 119 on page 213 provides a phased in at 25% PSC reductions over 3 years. Option 3.4, which again is the PPA establishes a separate C-season PSC limits, which we've spoken to on several occasions as we walk through our example for the trawl CV limited access fishery, and the apportionment would range from 5 to 15%. Table 2-120 on page 215 provides 5 and 15% halibut and crab PSC season apportionment. As shown in table 2-120 2021 on page 215, average CCs and PSC relative to the PSC limit itself is less than the proposed 5 and 15% CCs and apportionment. So what that means is this results anywhere from 5 to 15% in general. It would be greater, obviously, at higher percentages, but it would overfund the PSC limit for the seed season while underfunding the A and the B season PSC limits, which could be further constraining for cooperatives for those PSC limits that are projected to be constraining, like, for example, halibut and red king crab zone 1. I believe the last slide that speaks to the prohibited species is looking at PSC from the perspective of the PPA. Halibut, assuming a 12 CV limit of 382 metric tons, and again, just recognizes that that's based on 391 metric ton baseline, a seed season would be 19 metric tons, and the A and the B season limit with 25% reduction would be 272 metric tons. The remaining 91 metric tons of halibut would remain in the water and not be apportioned to other sectors or utilized. So despite the flexibility of the harvest specification process and the potential benefits of the use of pot gear to reduce the halibut PSC, there is a potential that a 25% halibut PSC limit reduction could constrain cooperatives from harvesting all of their CQ during periods of high PCOD tax. Moving to crab, specifically the red king crab zone 1, this would likely be the only crab PSC that would be constraining under using the proposed 2022 crab PSC limits. Factoring in a 35% reduction in red king crab zone 1 PSC using the new proposed limits would result in 545 animals, which we've indicated, for cooperative fishing for the A and the B season. Just looking at past PSC for the sector, that 545 animals for 2008, 2011, 2016 would have exceeded that limit in those 3 years, and that's in table 2-106 on page 201. Sections 3.3 of the EA, which Ms. Wapinski is going to walk through at the end of the presentation, provides a framework for determining the estimated crab PSC when using pot gear to harvest CQ. And again, this was selected as the PPA, just a reminder there. So based on that structure, it was based on PSC composition of the two sectors, the trawl CD sector and the pot CD sector greater than 60 from 2015 to 2020. Table 3-8 on page 451 shows the estimated PSC as a result of gear flexibility or gear conversion under the different pot gear use scenarios. So at 1%, 5%, 10%, so forth and so on. It's not noted in the table specifically because it's not broken out. 2% is not a column heading, but if 2% of the CQ is harvested using pot gear with the new proposed 2022 red king crab zone 1 PSC limits, if 2% of the CQ was harvested by pot gear, it was estimated that zone 1 crab savings area would exceed the limit. The sector would exceed the limit for 545 animals at 2% if CQ was harvested by pot gear. Mr. Chairman, we'll move to element 4, but I suspect questions. I'm going to go back.
Yeah, let's go to Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. McCracken, I just want to confirm that on this slide, when you note for both halibut and crab PSC that the reductions contemplated in the PPA could be constraining for the fleet. Your conclusion there comes from looking at the PSC limit that would be established under the PPA versus what the fleet has taken as PSC in the past under a derby fishery. It's not, and the reason I ask that is, you talked about it earlier. I've always struggled with trying to figure out what a rationalized fleet can do going forward, looking at their performance in a derby fishery in the past. So I think that's the basis of your conclusion on the slides, but I wanted to ask, or does it also include any kind of examination of halibut or crab rates of PSC in the cod fishery and kind of trying to analyze what might happen using different rates and potential different future states of cod tax? Did you do anything like that to come to these conclusions, or is it purely just looking at the PSC, new PSC limit versus what's been achieved in the past?
Madam Chair, we did look at, for halibut, we looked at rates, halibut PSC rates in the effects section specifically. We looked at it on an annual basis and used those rates to basically back calculate based on a specific amount of halibut PSC with factoring in the reduction, whether that rate was sufficient to catch or what that rate would be sufficient to catch CQ. And that information is provided in the processor, or excuse me, in the PSC effects. And so that would be, I don't have that. Like, for example, in alternative 3 on page 379, there's a table 2-181 that again looks, as I indicated, looks at how much target cod was caught for a year, and then how much halibut PSC there was by that sector, and then just simply do the math to figure out what the annual rate was for cod for halibut, for how much cod was caught, and then using that rate to back calculate based on PSC limit. In this particular case, we used 291 metric tons under the PPA. And then we noted the difference between the rate versus what was actually caught. And so we did do that. We looked at it from that perspective, and you can see there were a number of years in that table where just using that bycatch rate, there were a number of years that they would have, the sector would have come up short based on the PPA's the PSC, how the PSC apportionment. We did not do that for crab. So it was only done for halibut. And then the only other thing, so I'm not, well, some of it I got your question, Ms. Baker, but I didn't follow all of it. So there is, that last bullet there. I don't know if you were making any reference to that last bullet there, but I believe the bullet is misleading because it says in there that, it basically says the sector, I believe, Zone 1, would be closed. I think it implies, or it can be implied, that the sector would be closed in Zone 1 if they reach the limit. What that means to say is it would be closed to the cooperative, and that's basically what it does say there. I mean, so I don't know if, hopefully that addresses some of your question, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. That was helpful. I appreciate the reference to table 2-181, and just one clarifying question related to that. The halibut PSC rate of 0.01 used in that table was the average rate in halibut mortality in the Trawl CV cod fishery for the time period 2004 through 2020. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCracken. Couple different points, one on the halibut and then one on the crab. I guess just to clarify, and you say the remaining 91 metric tons of PSC remains in the water. I guess just to be technically accurate, I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that 25% reduction is reallocated to other directed fisheries, and if there's fish that remain in the water, that would be any savings or underages any time the fleet is under the PSC limit after the 25% reduction. Now, that is the fish that would remain in the water, and that would be, presumably would return to the surveys, and the IPHC would set conservation limits and annual catch limits if those may or may not be detectable, but that's the way that actual uncaught PSC would flow. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Marks, I believe so, but I guess I got a little hung up when you were describing the effect of the reductions for halibut and crab PSC. So just so I understand, or let me repeat the way I understand the way the process is supposed to work, and the council has clarified the intent language in element 3 that after you've, in the simplest version, so after you've apportioned halibut and crab PSC between the AFACP sector and the trawl CV sector, any reductions to the trawl CV, so for in this example, let's just say we used the crab and we red king crab zone 1. So again, the AFACP guys would get 92 animals and the trawl CV guys would get 883 animals. So that's your baseline for the trawl CV sector. And then you would obviously make a season apportionment for the limited access fisheries. So that would be removed from that 883. So the remaining portion after, I'm not doing the math on the fly here, but whatever that is, 800 and some change there, 840 and some change. Then you apply the 35% reduction for crab PSC, and that difference between the 545 animals and the 839 animals, the difference is 294 animals. That 294 animals would not be, the way I understand it in this program, would go back to the other TLAS fisheries, for example. It can't be used in the yellowfin sole fishery. You can't take the 294 animals and use it to increase the yellowfin sole TLAS red king crab zone 1 apportionment. It can't be used in the pollock fishery. It can't be used by the AFACPs in the peacock fishery. The AFACP guys are limited to the 92 animals. They can't add 92 plus 294 animals. So that part stays, from what I understand, stays in the water. I think the last part of your statement, though, is correct, that ultimately that 294 animals adds to the biomass, and then downstream over time could be utilized by other sectors. Maybe mischaracterizing your last statement, but that's the way I envisioned. So does that match what you were?
Well, I was actually referring to halibut and the IPHC process that identifies conservation levels and catch limits, and drawing back to the ABM stuff, the halibut ABM stuff, Amendment 80, that once they set the catch limits by zone, those are apportioned out based on PSC and a directed fleet. So anything we do to reduce PSC administratively, it goes to the directed fishery, and then anytime the fleet overperforms on what's remaining, that has not been allocated, and that remains in the water and is recalculated through the normal annual analysis by the IPHC.
So if I can, take that process that I described and switch it to halibut. So under the PPA Alternative 3, the 91 metric tons, which is the difference between the 25% reduction, factoring in the sea season, and the trawl CV, the portion or their allocation amount, would result in using, again, 391 metric tons as your baseline. It would be 91 metric tons. I guess that what I'm struggling with is that 91 metric tons from the council's perspective is to not be utilized by, in other words, the TLASH fishery gets 745 metric tons of halibut by regulation. So that 745 is divided between the TLASH fisheries. So, and then you get to the cod fishery, and the cod fishery has its own amount of halibut PSC. And then as you apply the different options associated with the PPA, you end up with 91 metric tons that is not apportioned, would basically not be apportioned to the trawl CV sector because of the reductions. And so from what I understand, that 91 metric tons would not be utilized. So that's 91 of 745 metric tons by regulation will not be utilized by the sector. But you're right, it does go, obviously it stays in the water. And so downstream, there would be, some downstream benefits of that.
No, thanks. The way you've described it, I think that's right. I just got into more detail. Sorry for belaboring that. Just one more point I wanted to make. One of the conflicts I see, and we'll get to it closer to when we talk about element 14 is with the gear switching. One, we have the higher probability of going over the base limit, and certainly would push the fleet, both the folks that have converted and the folks still trawl fishing for cod out of zone 1. The challenge I'm finding is here, what we're going to wind up with is two vessels fishing side by side in zone 1 with pot gear. One just happens to have a trawl endorsement, and they're going to have, using the math we talked about earlier, a 50 crab limit. The boat next to them has no limit, so we've created a real discrepancy between two individuals fishing exactly the same, and one is significantly constrained, pushed into probably inefficiencies along with the other. Well, the others continue to fish unabated, and I think it's something probably as a council we need to deal with. But I just see that as one of a problem with where we're going with the conversion, but especially at the low levels we talked about, at 545 individuals, or even significantly more at the upper limit, just because of the low levels and what we've seen in the pot fisheries. So I'm not sure I had a question, but I just wanted to point that out. But thanks for your time.
Yeah, I'm not sure I heard a question in there either. So let's go to Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an actual question here. So I do have Mr. Marks, or excuse me, Mr. Thanks, John, Mr. McCracken. My question is on your bullet point on constraining the sectors in 2008, 2011, and 2016. So I'm looking at the table 2106, and I see that the 2008 number and the 2011 numbers, but they're really such huge outliers. I'm just wondering, what happened there? Were you able to determine that? We've got, years with 0, 0, 0, 0, and then this big number in 2008, and then 0, 0, and a big number in 2011, and then 0, 0. So my thinking is that those were years with low observer coverage where we had some kind of extrapolation happen to the whole fleet or something. It doesn't seem like this would be reflective of what we're going to have in a cooperative fishery. So I wanted to ask you that. And then I might as well ask the other question is just to point out in 2016, I'm looking at that number appears to me to be 247 or 547. The number you're talking about under the reductions would be 545. So that's not really an outlier. That seems to be close. So I'm interested in the outlier theory that I have, and if that's the correct way to think about this.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Downs, we didn't, or I didn't look at an explanation on why 2008 and 2019 were high numbers. I don't have any guess on the 2011. My sneaking suspicion is, and I'm not sure, because again, I'm going on a little bit of a limb here, but the 2008 numbers, obviously we switched, we went into the Amendment 80 program, and we broke out, obviously, Amendment 80's crab and halibut PSC separate from all the other trawl sectors in the Barents Sea Aleutian Island cod fishery. And so maybe there's something in there where we're switching and we're under a new program, but I don't know if that has any bearing because it wasn't. The trawl CV sector was not obviously under a rationalized program during that period. They were still in a limited access fishery. So I really don't have much to go with for 2008 and 2011. And your observation on 2016 is right. I mean, obviously it's only, 2 crab over the 545 animals, but nonetheless, it's, they did reach that 545 animals. So I felt it was necessary to include that.
Yeah. Thank you, John. I'm not sure if there's any way to get a better answer to that question or not, John. I appreciate your answer there. I'm just looking at that and just thinking, gosh, those are such big outliers, and what might be the reason for that was, and so if that's the best answer we can get, we're going to make a decision on that. But just that we're pointing out that this is conjecture. If there's a way to get a better, if anybody else knew that could pipe in at some point during the presentation on why we're into the outliers, that would be great. Thank you,
Mr. Down. Mr. Down, I think Mr. Merrill's going to help with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Down, for the question. And just having a brief conversation with our in-season staff on this. I think, for both of those 2 years, it's probably helpful to note first that crab can be an infrequently encountered PSC species, but there can be times when there are catches of crab that occur incidentally that are of a larger amount than are typically anticipated. And those rare but significant events can cause there to be a spike in PSC limits. And I think for both of those 2 years, we also issued a series of in-season closures as well. for the Zone 1 fishery in order to protect crab in those areas. So that's just sort of a dynamic of how PSC can sometimes occur in those fisheries. And in particular, if you want more detail on the specific closures and when we issue those, we're happy to provide those.
Thank you, Mr. Merle. I appreciate your addition to Mr. McCracken's answer, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. McCracken.
All right. No other questions on PSC for now. I'll go through the slides for Gulf sideboards. So element 4, option 4.1, this option addresses all AFA non-exempt CDs and their LLPs will be sideboarded except when participating in the Central Gulf Rockfish Program based on their Gulf groundfish catch history during the qualifying catch years from element 2. Table 2-126 on pages 229 shows the new calculated sideboard limits for all of the non-exempt AFA trawl CVs, which are lower than their existing sideboard limits. So obviously when we use the 95 to 97 history to create the sideboard limits in the Gulf, when we use the years that are included in element 2, the sideboard limits the ratios would be lower, and therefore the sideboard limits would be lower under the new qualifying years. And obviously that is because, their history in their qualifying years, they didn't catch all of their sideboard limits during that 2004 to 2019 period. So their sideboard limits and their ratios would be smaller. Several of the limits are insufficient limits to allow directed fishing. Recognizing this, the Council in June included language to prohibit directed fishing in a few of those fisheries there named in the bullet point there. In June, the Council did not include language to revise the halibut PSC sideboard limits. The document nevertheless retained the analysis for revising the halibut PSC sideboard limits in case the Council, during final action, decides to change those limits. So just kind of going over that analysis. So table 2-127 on page 230 provides a revised halibut PSC sideboard limits. That table was revised to let you know via an errata on September 23rd to replace the sideboard ratios for the first through the fourth seasons. The fifth season sideboard ratios were accurate, but we replaced the first and through the fourth season sideboard ratios. So those sideboard ratios are a little smaller than what was published in the analysis. In all the seasons, halibut PSC limits are lower for both the deep water and the shallow water complexes. 3 of the seasonal/complex halibut limits are very low and likely insufficient for directed fishing, which could close arrowtooth and wreck sole during the first season, and arrowtooth, wreck sole, flathead sole, and shallow water flats in the fourth season. Table 2-128 on page 231 shows the Gulf halibut PSC sideboard ratios aggregated at the season and complex level, which could provide greater flexibility for cooperatives to manage their sideboard fisheries. So in talking with the agency about the small sideboard limits and providing for flexibility for the vessels fishing in the Gulf of Alaska, approach that could be utilized but still maintains the halibut sideboard limits would be to aggregate it across the seasons and the complexes. And I chatted with the National the agency to confirm that, and I did get an affirmative yes, that can be accomplished. I'm going to pause for a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCracken. And just to be really clear, does aggregating at the season and complex level mean an annual total amount of a trawl halibut PSC limit sideboard for this program? Or is that what you're referring to, or are there different options to do that?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, that's what's implied when And that's what we explored with the agency, is to have an annual limit. And you can see that, and again, in Table 2-128, under the proposed 2009 to 2019, the calculations results in a 0.07 sideboard ratio. And then that ratio then is multiplied times the amount of halibut PSC for the individual complexes, and then it's aggregated across the complex as well as the seasons. For 100, for example, in this particular case, using the 2020-21 halibut sideboard limit, it would be 123 metric tons of halibut.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. I just wanted to be very clear about that neither the table nor the paragraph above it says annual anywhere. So I just wanted to be real clear. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. McCracken.
Okay, moving to the last part of element 4, which is the last option, 4.2. This addresses the AFA Gulf exempt CVs and the non-AFA CV sideboard limits. This would prohibit Gulf sideboard exempt AFA CVs and the non-AFA CVs from transferring their CQ assigned to the LOP license as a condition of benefiting from sideboard limits in the Gulf of Alaska. Vessels assigned to qualified Gulf exempt LOP license that do not fish in the Gulf during a calendar year, except for the Central Gulf rockfish, the holders of the LOP licenses can lease their CQ that calendar year. So this was an option, or it's not an option. This was added at the June meeting for a special circumstance, and recognizing that the LOP licenses would not be on vessels that would be utilized in the Gulf of Alaska other than the Central Gulf rockfish. So they could be on an annual basis removed from that sideboard and be able to lease their CQ. Option 4.2 in the analysis did not address the 8 LLP licenses that have under the AI transferable endorsements that are utilized on under 60-foot LLP licenses. So unfortunately, that didn't get picked up in 4.2. So if the council intends to include these licenses with transferable endorsements as part of the sideboard measure, the motion would have to be modified slightly, since the AI endorsement receives the QS and not the LLP license. And the motion in 4.2 references CQ assigned to LLP license. So to be crystal clear that we're capturing the AI or the LLP licenses that have AI transferable endorsements, we need to, the council should add some clarifying language to include that if they so choose. Sub-option 4.2.1 would authorize the AFA Gulf exempt CVs and the non-AFA CVs to lease their CQ while maintaining their Gulf exemption if the LLP license has less than 200, 400, or 600 metric tons of annual average qualifying catch history. I added a sub-bullet in here to denote a question that was asked at the AP. So currently under the PPA, under element 2, the 2009 to 2019, there is not a drop year included in that PPA. As a result of, if you do include a drop year, though, in element 2, just to let you know, there is a downstream effect with regards to this sub-option. In essence, that what it does is it increases the average qualifying catch history, which will put some LLP licenses over the exemption limit, as noted in tables 2-135, 136 on pages 235 and 236. In other words, an LLP license under a no drop, the qualifying catch history on an LLP license or a no drop will obviously increase, because the way we calculated the drop 1, drop 2 years, we lower the denominator by the number of years that are dropped. So as a result, your average increases for that LLP license, and under a no drop, they could be on one side of the threshold and qualify for to be able to lease their CQ, and then using a drop 1 or a drop 2, they would flip and be on the other side of the threshold. And there are some LLP licenses that are that close to the threshold. So they will be affected by a drop 1, drop 2 if you include that. Finally, the cooperatives will be required to monitor these Gulf exempt CVs to ensure they do not lease their CQ unless authorized under the sub-option 4.2.1. And Mr. Chairman, I believe that is my walkthrough elements 1 through 4. And if there's no questions, I think I can pass this on to
Not so fast, Mr. McCracken.
Not
Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick one on your last point, John, and it almost made it sound like including a drop year, which is not, I guess, currently in the PPA, would be a problem. But are you really just relating to us that allowing licenses or license owners to drop their worst year would mean that it does affect whether some licenses are over a threshold, which is really a policy choice for the council to determine whether over and above that threshold you should be able to lease your COD and maintain that Gulf exemption. I guess it sounded to me a bit like a problem, but are you just alerting us to the implications because we don't have a drop year in the PPA?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I'm sorry if I made that seem like it was a problem. It's not my intent. I just wanted to highlight to you, to the policy or to the decision makers that that is just an effect, and it's totally a policy.
Okay. All right. Thanks, John. Thank you, Mr. McCracken.
So barring any more questions, I think, let me just, Daryl, I'm going to move the slide 1 and see if it is you. Yep, it is you. So I'm going to take a break and let Mr. Brannon walk through some slides.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Good morning, Mr. Brannon.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'll begin walking you through element 5. And there were several changes to this element, especially when we get into element 5.4 based on SSE comments. And as John indicated in his presentation, my attempt to help streamline the presentation today with all the information is to focus on changes from the previous version of the document. And I will attempt to do that. Feel free to interrupt if you have questions. Element 5.1 is pretty much the same as it was in the previous version of the analysis and simply states that the program would not create a closed class of processors. And it hasn't, as I said, it hasn't changed substantially from the previous version. Element 5.2 would establish a limitation on the directed trawl CV Pacific cod deliveries to catcher processors acting as motherships. The element would allow catcher processors to select either their processing history during the qualifying period or the catch history associated with their LLP licenses, up to 125% of their processing history, to determine what the processing limit would be. The way it's structured, it has the same result as if both firms were allowed to select 125% of their smaller history of those two. Allowing the firms to select their processing history or the LLP license history increases the overall limit by about 15% relative to the combined processing history. In other words, because one firm had their greatest percentage if it was based on the LLP history, and the other firm had the greatest limit based on just their processing history, allowing the one firm to select 125% of their processing history, which would be accommodated under using their LLP license history, it increases the overall limit by 15% relative to just the processing history. Element 5.2 does not create a combined limit for the two qualified CPs. There's a typo in that bullet. That was clarified by the council to allow the two firms to have their individual limit and not compete with each other to catch up to the limit before it was taken. Processing limits calculated using the processing history of the two eligible CPs would be confidential and may not be reported in this analysis or after the limits are implemented. Again, this is what has traditionally been done when we impose limitations, typically sideboard limits, on fewer than 3 firms. The information remains confidential even after the program is implemented. Smaller catcher processor processing limits benefit the shoreside sector and the communities they have a negative impact on the CP sector and the CVs that are owned by the CP sector. The CVs that have limited ability to deliver shoreside and the communities they impact. In other words, as you would anticipate, if we're limiting one sector to ensure that it doesn't increase its participation in the fishery, the sector that's being protected receives greater benefit than the sector that's being limited. As John noted during his presentation, the bolded language in our presentation indicates something that is a staff assumption or something that wasn't specifically addressed by the council in previous versions of the analysis. And this bullet simply states that because the Bering Sea Aleutian Island Amendment 120 assigned the mothership processing endorsement to the LLP license, staff also recommends assigning any processing limit that's established under this program to the same LLP license. And that would simply be done to keep the limitation on which CPs may act as motherships and the limit that those CPs must abide under on the same piece of paper, the same, instead of applying it to the vessel, it would be assigned to the LLP license to keep them from being separated. Element 5.3 is a different way of determining the catcher processor sideboard limit that when acting as a mothership, and it would apply to the number of LLPs that may deliver the CP and base the processing limit on the quota share assigned to those catcher vessels. The information presented under options 5.3.1 and 5.3.2 shows the information separately, but the council has indicated that both options could be selected. Combining the two options would increase the percentages that we list below by about 0.5%. And I think the exact percent was 0.6% under the PPA, which is the 2009 through 2019 time period. Option 5.3.1 would allow CVs that are assigned to the 10 LLP licenses that were 75% owned by a firm that owned a CP and was qualified as of December 31st, 2019, to deliver the CQ derived from the quota share initially allocated the license to an eligible catcher processor. 3 firms owned LLP licenses that met this requirement, and therefore the catch history associated with those licenses can be presented. And you can see that it falls within the range of about 14 to 16%, with the council's PPA being set at 15.8%. If you also included element 5.3, as I discussed above, that number would increase to about 16.4% of the trawl CV sector limit. Element 5.3.2 would allow CVs using LLP licenses that were used to deliver 75% of their catch history during the qualifying period, and this applies to 10 LLP licenses, or 90%, which is a percentage the council added at the June meeting, and that applies to 8 LLP licenses of their qualifying catch history offshore to continue to deliver their catch offshore. The processing limit is shown in the table below at the 75% and 90% threshold. And as you can see, that's slightly higher under the lower threshold requirement. It would be about 10.3% under the year selected for the PPA, and about 90% at 7.2%. And again, the way these numbers were calculated is based on the council's PPA And so no drop years or any modifications to the history over the time period were included. It just included all the qualifying history over that time period.
Chair Brandon, before we move on, looks like we've got some questions coming up. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brannon, I agree that the wording could have been better, but I do think that your interpretation of these slides is correct, that those were not intended as separate options, but only intended to be two different ways a CV could qualify. So if the council wanted to understand the combination and the result of element 5.3, they also aren't exactly additive, is my assumption. I can't add the numbers, the sideboard from slide 18 with your estimates on slide 19 to understand what the total sideboard would be. I assume it's additive minus something for those vessels that are owned by a firm and also had 75 or 90% of their history delivered offshore. Does that make sense, or is there a number you could point me to understand the combination of those two options?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I'm sorry that I wasn't very clear in my presentation, but the first bullet addresses that directly on this slide. It says that if you combine the two options, it would increase the percentage by about 5% or 0.5%. And I said the actual number under the PPA was 0.6%. So you would add 0.6% to the 15.8% under the bottom bullets on this page to get the actual sideboard limit when you combine those two options. So they're not directly additive, but I did the math and sorted it out. And so if you combine the two options, it's 16.4% under the PPA with no drop years.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize. Sometimes it's hard to know when to jump in here. I actually have a question back on element 5.2, and I think maybe Mr. Brannon has one more slide on element 5.3. So I will maybe defer to Mr. Brannon as whether it would be better for me to wait or address my question now.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker, feel free to ask your question now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Brannon. The first sub-bullet under element 5.2 on this slide, thank you. Can you explain that, please? I thought I understood it when you first went through this slide, but as I thought about it a little bit more, particularly the second sentence, this has the same result as if both firms were allowed to select 125% of their smaller history. Can you just run through that again, please?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. And all I was trying to point out here is that when the council was considering how to develop the alternatives, one of the options they provided was saying, okay, we understand there's a difference that one firm had a larger history based on their processing activity, and one firm had a larger history based on their license history. And the council added language that said, okay, given that understanding, we're including an option that says a firm that has LLP license history could use that because it's greater than the processing history, but we're truncating their history up at 125% of what their actual processing history was. So they can use some of their license history to increase their processing history, but they can't use it all. So it was truncated up to 125% of what their processing history was. The last line just is an indication to the council that the effect of this is the same as allowing both firms or either firm to select the smaller of their processing or license history, but limit it to 125% of their other history. And so the result is that if there's two firms that we're talking about, one firm is limited to 125% of their processing history. If the other firm were to select their license history and they could use 125% of their license history, it would still be less than them selecting their processing history. So they would still be better off selecting their processing history as opposed to selecting 125% of their license history.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's very helpful. No more questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your question. That helped me some. Mr. Brannon, so this will partly just be a check to see if I understood your answer correctly, but it seemed to me then, based on your answer to Ms. Baker's question, that if the council were to choose the same numerical percentage as the upper limit or the limitation for the two, that it would essentially be treating them equitably, even if they, and the reason I've been trying to think that through for a while now is because it seemed to me that, you know, we were to some extent talking different histories with the two different companies. And so I wasn't sure if we chose just a single number to apply to both, if that would indeed be equitable. But I think if I understood your answer correctly, you're suggesting that as long as they get to sort of choose which one, it could be understood as being equitable. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, that's certainly a policy call, but it could be considered equitable if the language had stated that either firm could select 125% of their smaller history. That would apply to both firms and allow both firms the choice. The way it's currently structured is you can select up to 125% of your processing history or your process if your license history is greater than that. So this means that one firm would be better off by selecting 125% of their processing history, but not getting their full LLP license history as their limit. The other firm would remain capped at 100% of their processing history because their license history wouldn't allow them to increase beyond their processing history. I hope that makes sense.
It does, and I think I was reading a little too much into your answer to Ms. Baker. That's still consistent with the original. Okay, thank you.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Brannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some general impacts. The smaller CP processing limits benefit the shoreside sector and have greater negative impacts on the CP sector. We talked about that in an earlier slide. CVs that are owned by the CP sector and CPs that have limited ability to deliver shoreside may be the most negatively impacted. CP firms will lose the advantage of attracting CVs by offering faster turnaround time than shore plants under this program. And this is some new discussion that wasn't provided before. We thought it was important to point out that one of the attractive enticements that a catcher processor could offer under the Race for Fish was quick turnaround times, delivering cod ends, not having to bleed the cod when they deliver it. And so that gave the catcher vessels the ability to return to the grounds, fishing grounds, fish faster, and under a Race for Fish allow them to harvest a greater percentage of the total sector allocation that was available to them. CP firms could use CQ. They're allocated under this program to attract CVs. If they are allocated less CQ, then they're allowed to process. And so basically all that's saying is if I'm a catcher processor firm and I have an amount of cooperative quota and I can leverage that quota to attract a catcher vessel to deliver to me, I may be offering a greater amount of cod to a catcher vessel than perhaps a shoreside plant could, given whatever allocation is developed under 5.4. That could be an incentive to entice catcher vessels to deliver to a CP, as long as they are still within their processing limit. Eligible catcher processors currently produce an H&G product, so they'll likely need to offer a higher percentage of first wholesale value than shoreside processors that focus on higher valued fillet production to attract deliveries. Firms that own CVs and LOP licenses would want to be able to take deliveries from their CVs at approximately the same level of cod as assigned to their LOP licenses. And independent catcher vessel owners and CV owners by CVs owned by catcher processor firms could be in a weaker bargaining position when they try to obtain a delivery market, or they may need to lease their CQ. In other words, one of the firms is likely to be placed in a position based on the processing limits that are proposed to be established, where their processing limit would be less than the actual amount of cod quota that they would be allocated. Since their firm couldn't process that entire amount of quota, they'll either have to establish a shoreside market for those deliveries, or they'll have to lease that quota to someone else to deliver to a shoreside market. The changing issues,
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Brandon, on that previous slide about other sort of impacts, there's a geographic sort of undertone to a lot of those too, right? That the harvest could move then under several of those considerations. If moving away from the CVs, the area of harvest could also move as well, and we could see shifts in area of harvest. Is that correct? I'm thinking particularly from the Aleutians to the Bering Sea.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I think if you look at historically the level of catch that has occurred in the Aleutian Islands, of course, it's highly dependent on the CPs operating in that area and whether the Aleutian Island shore plant was operational. It could impact movement from catch that was traditionally taken in the Aleutian Islands to now being harvested in the Bering Sea. I think that is an accurate statement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Brandon.
Element 5.4, the allocation of harvest shares to processors. Element 5.4 would allocate a percentage of the available harvest quota to processors that took directed Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands directed Pacific cod deliveries during the qualifying years. The range considered is 0% if the council does not select this option, up to 30% of the total available harvest. This option only applies to Bering Sea processors, and based on discussions we had with the council at the June meeting, we're defining Bering Sea processors as all processors except AI shore plants as defined under Element 6. If AI processors are granted an allocation or set aside under Element 6. Allocations will be based on the same criteria as established under Element 2 for harvesters, which means my assumption would be that it is the same suite of years, and under the current PPA, it would be 2009 through 2019. It could also include the drop years, and so processors would be able to drop a year or two or whatever if the council picks up any of those options, and that would be factored into the calculation of the processor shares. It's also noted in the analysis that processors have currently own CVs that may only harvest or control amount of CQ equal to the amount they would have brought into the cooperative absent processor allocation. This simply means that if a processor owns a catcher vessel, they wouldn't be allowed to stack all their quota onto the catcher vessel that they directly own. They could only bring in as much as, or they could only harvest as much as they would be allowed if, or what their allocation would have been without a processor allocation. And this is an additional restriction in addition to what the vessel use caps will be that we're going to talk about under element 8. I'd also like to just briefly note that there were a couple of tables that were updated, and I just presented them here. And Ms. Campbell correctly pointed out at the June meeting that I had not correctly calculated the number of processors or the quantity of deliveries that they had received because I had failed to exclude the CPs that were no longer eligible in this calculation. And so I just wanted to note that I have made that correction to the document, and you can see the number of firms, and especially under table 2-145, the percentages that were harvested by or delivered to the top 4 processing firms, and this is at the firm level, not a plant level, was about 80%, and the remaining firms accounted for about 20% of deliveries over the various time periods that we're considering. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to spend a little bit of time focusing on changes that were made to the document specifically to address SSE comments that were made on the June document. And, and doing this simply because, there was a lot of discussion at the last meeting regarding SSE recommendations, and we're just trying to show the council and the public how we attempted to address each of the issues that SSE had requested that we include in this version of the analysis. And the bulleted list are the things that we're going to touch on in this section, and we'll go into this a little bit more detail in the following slides. The literature review, the work of Dr. Matlich was retained in the analysis with very limited revisions, mostly editing, making sure that sentences were complete and words were spelled correctly. There's also several more citations made in the document, including additional information regarding how processor allocations, and they're discussed as follows. Gould and Anderson have developed the first quantitative study of harvest shares allocations to processors using data from the whiting IFQ fishery. The authors determined that processors use processor-owned quota in informal ex-vessel market negotiations. Processors were able to offer quota to match a portion of deliveries and attract landings to their facilities while charging catcher vessel operators a contracting premium on quota pounds transferred during some seasons when the whiting tack was close to binding. Processors utilized the quota during seasons when the tack was not binding, but charging price premiums was not evident in the data. And I think it's important to point out that the charging of price premiums when the TAC was binding occurred primarily earlier in the years that the program was in effect and was less evident in later years that the program was in effect. The paper concluded that additional research is required on the allocation of harvest shares to the processor policy, particularly regarding welfare outcomes of harvesters and processors and overall efficiency. Works that address the issue of stranded capital and compensation. Many of you will recall that the concept was brought to the council by Dr. Scott Matlatt when the council was developing the AFA and crab rationalization programs. It basically stated that processors operate in remote areas where millions of dollars are invested in plants and were designed for specific purposes, and the plants have no other or very limited value. Loss of access to the fish would result in the processor's investment being lost. Stakeholders have noted that there were substantial differences between the geographic location and concentration of processors in the whiting and the Bering Sea Aleutian Island cod fisheries, and that the alternative uses of those properties may not be directly comparable. And that kind of leads into work that was done by Drs. Weiland and Dr. Fell to look at issues that had been raised by Dr. Matlich and came to somewhat different conclusions. Dr. Weiland concluded that the IFQ whiting fishery was unlikely to generate significant processing stranded capital. Most capital involved in the whiting processing was stated to be malleable and not likely to be devalued as a result of rationalization. He also stated that policymakers judge it desirable to consider compensation for processors. A legitimate process would tie compensation to anticipated or demonstrated capital losses. He concluded that current policies proposed in the U.S. West Coast to transfer harvester quota are arbitrary and unsupported by empirical estimates of the magnitude of the problem. Dr. Fell and the authors that worked with him on the paper found that in their study that the allocation of harvest shares to processors are not necessary to prevent harvesters from having too much market power. Which leads into a short discussion of market power and what it means. Changes in market power are expected to be realized from the proposed action, including allocations of harvest shares to processors relative to the status quo. But the analysts did not provide quantitative measures of the changes in this analysis. We simply don't have the information to be able to provide a quantitative estimate of the changes in market power based on various levels or percentage allocations to the processors. Dr. Lee Anderson stated that the difficulty of defining market power and of measuring the gains or losses of various actions such that they can be approved as part of a management plan should not be underestimated. Just reiterating that it's difficult to come up with a quantitative estimate of what those are. We do reference Appendix A and E that were in the EIS developed for the Pacific Council as reference documents in this section of the paper. The previous version of the analysis referenced Appendix A, but since Appendix E also directly addressed these issues, it's included in the analysis by reference. Market power in the industry is influenced by new entrants, the number of harvesters, the number of processors, availability of substitute, and competitive rivalry. These issues were described in terms of no limits on processor entry, limited harvester entry, and competition that has existed between harvesters and processors, and that's discussed throughout the document. Well, it is widely acknowledged that the allocation structure will result in shifts in market power. We cannot address the issues of whether the market forces before the LAP were implemented were optimal, or the amount of quota that should be issued to processors under this program to achieve the Council's desired outcome. We do know that because, as we'll talk about the AFA pollock fishery and its influence on this fishery as well, that the independent catcher vessels that are not associated with a pollock cooperative are likely to be in the weakest bargaining position. And that's simply because either they have a limited amount of cod that they can bring to the cooperatives, or if they do have a lot of cod relative to other vessels, that they don't have pollock that they can also use to negotiate with the processor that they associate with. The SSC also requested that we address the AFA interactions, and so we spent some time looking at this information in the document. A section was added to describe the relationship between AFA catcher vessels and the Pacific cod fishery, and that begins on page 253 of the document. Looking at the information on the delivery patterns of catcher vessels that are associated with an AFA cooperative and where they deliver their Pacific cod. It gets really, really complicated if you try and do a very detailed look at those delivery patterns. And so I ended up just falling back, just looking at how much of the Pacific cod catcher vessels that are members of AFA cooperatives, and this is Bering Sea cod specifically, since there aren't Bering Sea, or there aren't AFA processors in cooperatives in the Aleutian Islands. So it focused just on the Bering Sea Pacific cod harvested by vessels that were members of AFA cooperatives. And it found that they deliver about 85% of their Pacific cod to those same firms, not necessarily the same plants, but the same firms. And that seems to be a relatively strong indicator that there are strong linkages between the AFA cooperatives and where they deliver, and where the catcher vessels that are members of those cooperatives deliver the catch from other fisheries. And I think that ties in well with the assumptions that we've made throughout the analysis that says that catcher vessels under this program are likely to deliver much of their catch to processors that they've had strong previous associations with. That will be a primary indicator of where they may first choose to deliver their cod. There's nothing in this program that would require them to deliver to that same processor on an annual basis, but there seems to be a strong linkage between AFA and where cod has been delivered, and we expect that to occur into the future. We do note that AFA allows cooperatives to deliver 10% of their pollock to another cooperative to increase the CV's bargaining power. In other words, if there are several CVs in one cooperative, that one of them could potentially take all of their catch history, their pollock catch history, and deliver to another processor during the year. And that structure was designed and built into the AFA program to give the catcher vessels some additional bargaining power under that cooperative structure. Another issue that was not addressed in the previous version of the analysis was the holding of asset value. LLP license holders will still realize an increase in the asset value they hold relative to the status quo by assigning cod quota to their LLP license. That those quota shares have value and have been utilized in past other programs to be able to access loans and other things. And any allocation of harvest shares to processors will reduce the underlying asset value held by LLP license owners relative to not allocating harvest shares to processors, but that will be slightly reduced by whatever percentage is allocated to the processing sector. Firms that own processors and LLP licenses will receive quota share based on both their processing history and the LLP license fishing history, and this is discussed on page 249, and this is also additional information that hadn't been included in the June version of the analysis. In the way this analysis was done is we looked at catcher vessels and licenses that had exactly the same address as the processing firm, and if there was a slight variation, they weren't included in this calculation, and it just shows that there would be an increase in the percentage of the quota share that are above what's allocated to processors that would be essentially owned and controlled by processors based on holding LLP licenses. The asset value of quota share may be used as collateral for loans or compensation for leaving the fishery. Lower asset value may reduce the size of a loan that could be secured and reduce the value of LLP license holders receive when selling their license and exiting the fishery. Recall that the quota share, as Mr. McCracken indicated earlier, is assigned to the LLP license and can't be severed under this program. So an individual would have to sell their entire license package, and having the quota share assigned to that license would increase the value associated with the license. There are a couple of new assumptions that I have included in element 5.4, and these weren't provided in previous versions, and the council has not provided direction on whether they wish to see these assumptions move forward in the analysis or provide different direction. But they simply state that if a processor does not associate with a cooperative, in other words, assign the CQ to a cooperative, it is assumed that that processor's CQ would be divided among cooperatives in the same proportion as the CQ assigned to each cooperative by the associated processor that year. And there had been some discussion at previous meetings about what happens to quota share if a processor isn't active in a year or they're not utilizing the quota share. And this was just suggested by the staff as one option to reallocate that quota on an annual basis. And the structure that's proposed would divide it among cooperatives, and since it's processor held quota in the same proportion as the processor quota that was assigned to that cooperative relative to all cooperative quota assigned to processors. And I think from a staff perspective, the intent of this was to ensure that quota isn't stranded, and since it was a stated intent by the processing sector to try and make catcher vessels whole within their cooperative, this methodology was employed to ensure that all CQ would be available to catcher vessels during a year. We also
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan, and we can take questions at the end of the slide, and then after that, I think we'll break for lunch. So, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If a processor is associated with more than one cooperative during a year, and there's no restriction that a processor can only be associated with one cooperative, the CQ derived from their processor permit would be divided between the cooperatives in the same proportion as the CQ derived from LLP licenses assigned to each cooperative. And this is simply, again, trying to state up front how processor quota would be used within the cooperative structure that's being proposed under this program. And again, if the intent of the processors is to, quote, kind of make the catcher vessel sector whole, then assigning that cooperative at the same proportion as the license holders within each of the cooperatives seems to help meet that objective. And Mr. Chairman, that is the end of my slide.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brannon. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brannon, sorry, I jumped the gun there. I'm reading bullet number 1 as kind of more teeth to the concept of the use it or lose it provision. But I'm wondering, do we provide any strange incentive there for vessels not to associate with a particular processor, given that if they don't, that quota would be divided among all other cooperatives? Or is our threshold for forming a cooperative so low that your assessment is that's not a high risk?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think from my perspective, it's not a high risk because, if the council moves forward with selecting the PPA that says you have to have 3 LP licenses to form a cooperative, it seems to me that that's not a real high bar that you have to meet in order to form a cooperative. It seems like in most cases, a processor would be able to find 3 LP license holders that are willing to associate with them and form a cooperative. In addition, I think that, if for some reason the catcher vessels that would have associated with that processor or had associated with the past decide not to, just to force the processor from not being able to utilize the quota, that quota gets redistributed among all the other processors in the same proportion that the other quota share held by processors is assigned to the cooperatives. And so the vessels that had forced that processor not to be able to join a cooperative would see that quota distributed among, I don't know how many the cooperatives, there may be 10 cooperatives, let's say. So that quota gets diluted to what they would have been able to access if they had joined that cooperative that the processor was in. And so to me, it doesn't seem like it could be, like it would have create any sort of perverse or strange incentives for people not to join a cooperative with a processor, because I think the catcher vessels wouldn't be able to access as much quota in that case as they would have been if they had joined with that processor.
Thank you. As a follow-up, Mr. Chair, Mr. Brannon, these are talked about as assumptions. Are these, so staff assumptions, are these particular provisions something that would be appropriate to be explicit with in a council decision, or does that not need to be outlined because this is the assumption going forward regardless?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, it's always better if it's clearly stated in the motion what the council's intent is. I think that if the council wanted these to move forward without including them in their motion, if they stated on the record that that was their intent, it could be constructed that way in the secretarial review draft of the analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions on element 5 or anything else so far? Okay, well, Mr. Brannon, let's go ahead and break for lunch, and we'll come back at 12:50 Alaska time and pick up on element 6. Good afternoon, Council. Please come back to order. We are, unless there are any questions from council members on things we've discussed previously, can move into element 6. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Brannon.
Muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Element 6 deals with the Aleutian Islands.
Mr. Brannon. Okay. But, sorry, I missed a question here. It looks like Mr. Down. Mr. Down, if you're talking, you're muted.
Unmuted.
Okay. We can circle back later if there's questions. So apologies, Mr. Brannon, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Element 6 deals with the Aleutian Islands processors provisions. Element 6.1 is a cooperative set-aside, and Element 6.2 is an AI processor allocation alternative. Both options are mutually exclusive, and Element 6 is not additive to Element 5.4, which is the other processor allocation that we just finished talking about. Element 6.1 would establish a set-aside of 10 to 25% of the A-season Trawl CV sector directed BSAI harvest that cooperatives would be allocated for delivery to AI shore plants. Cooperatives must describe how the set-aside would be administered in the intercooperative agreement. Element 6.2 would establish an annual allocation of CQ to the AI shore plants or the entity representing the community equal to the lesser of 5.5 to 10% of the total BSAI Pacific cod quota during the years the community notifies NIMS a plant will be operating in those communities. And because the option is based on quota under 6.2, even though it says annual, if quota is only issued for the A and B season, then the 5.5 to 10% allocation to the AI shore plant would be based on the A and B season portion of the overall annual allowance.
Muted.
Under element 6.1, which is the AI processor set aside, in the version of the analysis that was provided to the council, we basically talked about it in fairly general terms. I wanted to present a table for both 6.1 and 6.2 when we get there that describes a more detailed look at the impacts of what would the allocation be under an AI processor set aside. And as I stated earlier, under 6.1, the AI processor set aside would not be directly allocated to the AI shore plant. It would be allocated to the cooperatives that form based on LLP membership being assigned to a cooperative. And it would be up to those cooperatives through an intercooperative agreement to determine, in association with the AI processor, how the set-aside would be delivered on an annual basis. This table simply walks through the process, looking at a retrospective analysis from 2003 through 2020, looking at the tax and ITAX. These weren't the actual ITAX that were in place on an annual basis, but some years the 22.1% allocation of the ITAC to the trawl CV sector wasn't in place, so we just assumed that was in place every year during this time period. And I think the important part is when you get to the trawl CV A season apportionment column, you can see what that is. Because the language says it's based on the directed fishery, we looked at what the A season hindcast ICA would have been during the years, and what 10% less the A season ICA would have been of the trawl CV A season apportionment. So after you, for example, under 2020, the A season apportionment was 22,723 metric tons. The ICA was 4,270 tons. You subtract that. Once you get that number, you multiply it by 10%, and that's the 1845 metric tons that's listed on the 10% of the A season allocation less the ACs and ICA. The same is done for 25%. And because Amendment 113 was based on a 5,000 metric ton allocation for the AI shore plant, it simply shows what percent of the ACs and allocation less the ICAs that are deducted would need to be established for them to reach a total of 5,000 metric tons. And it also shows the average going down. Under element 6.1, whether Pacific cod would be delivered to the AI shore plants depends on the willingness of the cooperatives through the intercooperative agreement to work with the communities and processors to ensure that AI Pacific cod CQ is harvested under the set-aside, and the willingness of the AI shore plant operators to offer a competitive ex-vessel price and competitive delivery terms. And so, while it's got to be administered through the intercooperative agreement, I still think that both sides will need to work together for the AI set-aside to function as the council intends. A set-aside reduces the bargaining power of AI shore plants relative to an allocation where the shore plant operator or the community actually holds the CQ. And remember, even under 6.2, the AI shore plant or the community would not actually hold the underlying quota share units. It would simply hold the annual allocation of CQ that's derived from those quota shares, because the shore plants or the community must on an annual basis notify the National Marine Fisheries Service of their intent to operate that year. And in years that they do not intend to operate, the set-aside or the allocation would just be redistributed to the other cooperatives in the same percentage that the cooperatives would receive quota without the allocation to the AI shore plants. Because the set-aside only applies to A season, it's possible that cooperatives could hold out and wait for the set-aside to expire and fish the Pacific cod during the B season. This is simply stating that, if the two groups aren't able to come to an agreement, that the cooperatives could simply wait out the A season, wait for the allocate or the set-aside to expire, and then have it reallocated to the cooperatives during the B season and fish it through the cooperative process during the B season. Under element 6.2, which is the AI processor allocation of CQ, element 6.2 would allocate 5.5 to 10% of the annual CQ issued to either AI plant operators or an entity representing the community. If the council issues quota to a community entity, it will need to establish eligibility criteria as described under MSA 303A-C3 and require the communities to submit sustainability plans that meet the criteria specified either through rulemaking at a minimum developed by the council and approved by the secretary and published in the Federal Register. The sustainability plan must demonstrate how the plan will address the social and economic development needs of coastal communities that are affected by this action, including those that have not historically had the resources to participate in the fishery, or approval based on criteria developed by the council. The council included in their motion on this issue that ADAC and ATCA may withdraw their intent to operate during the season, and any unused quota would be reissued to the other AI shore plant in years that two communities filed the intent to operate, or to the other PCTC cooperatives in years that only one AI plant was active. There is no other reallocation timeline established if the AI plan is unable to use all of its quota, and as there was under Amendment 113. Recall under Amendment 113, there were specific milestones that the plant had to meet in order to maintain their 5,000 metric ton allocation throughout the entire time period where it was allowed to be active. If no community files an intent to operate for the upcoming fishery year, the CQ derived from NIPS held QS is issued to the other quota shareholders in the same proportion as their initial allocation, which is what I had indicated earlier. And again, here's a table looking at what the allocation would be. It's designed the same way as the previous table for 6.1 was designed, except it's based on the A and B season ITACs, the A and B season ICAs, looking retrospectively at what they had been, the directed fishing allowance, and then just goes out to calculate what the amounts would be in metric tons for each year based on the percentages considered by the council. A couple other notes: that halibut PSC would be apportioned under 6.2 at the same percentage that CQ is allocated to the AI shore plant, and it would be portioned pro rata share of the PSC. In other words, if the AI shore plant is allocated 10% of the Pacific cod CQ during that year, they would also be allocated 10% of the halibut that's assigned to the cooperative structure. Crab PSC limits would be treated somewhat differently because the crab PSC limits are area specific, and those areas are in the Bering Sea, and AI shore plant allocation must be harvested from the Aleutian Islands and delivered and landed in the Aleutian Islands. Crab PSC, we indicate, would not be apportioned to the AI shore plant because the CQ couldn't be there's no crab limits in the Aleutian Islands where the fishing would actually occur. Element 6.2.3 includes a small vessel provision. This provision would require the AI shore plants to set aside 10 to 50% of their CQ they are allocated on an annual basis for harvest by trawl CVs that are less than 60 feet length overall and have a transferable AI endorsement assigned to the LLP license. Providing the less than 60-foot trawl vessels with an exclusive access to the AI processor allocation increases small vessels' market power and decreases the AI shore plant's market power when negotiating delivery terms and conditions. I don't have a slide on it, but I would also like to point out that there was a request made by the council when we were discussing the AI shore plant allocations in June about how much fish would be available in the directed fishery for other users of the resource in addition to the AI trawl CV sector. And as part of that discussion, and there's a few places it's discussed in the analysis, but primarily it's discussed in tables 2-152 and 2-153 on pages 272 and page 273. And if you were to look at those tables, you'll note that we only include the years in this retrospective look from 2014 through 2020, and that's because those were the only years when there was an AI TAC that was set. In years previous to this, it was a combined BS-AI TAC. And looking at the table 2-153, you can see that depending on how high the allocation is to the AI shore plant, there could be years under the highest allocation when there may not be a directed fishery, and which means that there would not be Pacific cod available in addition to the AI set aside or the AI shore plant allocation that's the restricted fishery. So there wouldn't be a directed fishery for the unrestricted fishery in some years based on what the TAC was. And while it may be counterintuitive that it was 2014 to 2016 that were the most restrictive years, those were actually the years when the AI TAC was lowest. And while the overall TAC has declined, the Bering Sea TAC has led to decline, while the AI TAC is somewhat increased on average over that period. And so that was information that was additional to what had been provided in the previous analysis to look at a general and very high level of the impacts potentially on other sectors of the fishery.
Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Brannon. I do have a couple of questions. First, related to this slide specifically. Although it wasn't in the council's preliminary preferred alternative, there is a similar AI small vessel provision in element 6 or option 6.1, the set aside. And I didn't hear, or maybe I missed it, you discussed that in terms of your review of element 6.1. And so I guess I just wanted to confirm my understanding of that and ask if maybe you could review or point me to the analysis impacts of that particular provision. It doesn't have a number. I see now I could have done a better job with that, but it is a small vessel provision under element 6.1. Can you just review that for me, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, thank you. Thank you for the question. And I should have gone over it a little bit more detail, and I did focus on 6.2. But it does also apply to element 6.1, and it's somewhat different than 6.2 in that the cooperatives would, in this case, be responsible for ensuring that less than 60-foot vessels would have the opportunity to harvest whatever portion of the set-aside was available to them. And that would also have to be defined in the intercooperative agreement and to make sure that it functions properly. And so much like the rest of 6.1, it would be dependent upon the intercooperative agreement to establish and define how the less than 60-foot catcher vessels would have access to the specific amount of quota and ensure that it's delivered to the AI shore plants.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Ms. Baker.
Sarah, Mr. Brandon, you mentioned in your discussion of the potential impacts of either an Aleutian Island set-aside or a quota CQ allocation, potential impacts on other sectors in the Aleutian Islands. And you mentioned specifically the restricted and unrestricted Aleutian Islands fisheries that the council had established in Amendment 113. And this has been confusing to me, and I note that the analysis has included discussion of this consistently, at least since June. But is it whether if the council selects, if the council selects an option under element 6, is it your understanding that the council should clarify under either one of those options, 6.1 or 6.2, if it intends for NIMS to reestablish the Amendment 113, vacated Amendment 113 regulations, both I didn't ask about the first one anyway, sorry. It's just confusing. Reinstate the vacated regulation to establish the restricted and unrestricted fishery like we had in Amendment 113. Is that a council decision, or is that an assumption embedded in option 6.1 or 6.2?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, I think we discussed it in the analysis and discussed that for the AI set aside or the AI allocation to function as intended and provide the opportunity for the vessels to harvest from the Aleutian Islands and deliver to the AI shore plant, that in the Aleutian Island there should be such a decision made by the council that there would specifically be a restricted and unrestricted fishery. And the purpose of that would be to ensure that even if the cooperatives develop a structure that would allow the deliveries to be made to the AI shore plant, there's the potential that other sectors could come in and harvest the AI tech before all the deliveries are made by the trawl CV sector and deliveries to the AI shore plant that are designed under element 6.1 or 6.2. If the AI TAC were taken, that would mean that the cooperatives and the processor wouldn't necessarily be able to access their entire allocation. Sorry, it's a fairly long-winded answer probably to the question, but I think it would be appropriate for the council to go ahead and define restricted and unrestricted fisheries to ensure that the AI shore plant would have access to their entire allocation if that's the intent of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon. I appreciate that. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. I have a question. It actually goes back to your slide where you had the A and the B season portions of how the Aleutian Island would be. But yeah, thank you for that. So when I'm looking at these numbers and I'm looking at the quotas that would be available, when there is a shoreside plant operating, I'm taking away from this that we would have situations similar to what we had in 2016, for instance, when there was a plant operating in ADAC and there was an active trawl fleet delivering to that plant, and the entire Aleutian Island cod allocation was taken by March 22nd. In other words, there was no fishing for any cod fishing in the Aleutians after March 22nd. We shut down for the entire year. That's a likely outcome of this, particularly in years when the quota is not as high. But 2016 we had a pretty big quota and it still got shut down fairly quickly. So I just wanted to know if that was analyzed and if that conclusion is correct.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, that certainly could be the case. And again, like you indicated, it's dependent on a number of factors. That, there could be something that takes place that the entire directed fishing allowance for the Aleutian Islands is taken early in the year, depending on which processors are out there operating, which sectors are out there operating, and, the conditions of the fishery in the Bering Sea. There could be increased effort in the Aleutian Islands where that could be a result. I think in the analysis, we also talked about the opposite effect of something that's similar to what happened this year, where there's not a lot of effort in the Aleutians, but there's much more effort in the Bering Sea, where the Bering Sea closes sooner. And so I think as the council works on developing these provisions, and as you have worked on developing these provisions and thought about all these potential outcomes, it's really a balancing act of trying to ensure that there's effort at sufficient levels in both areas to achieve your objectives.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Brennan. Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Brennan, so I just want to give you a chance to clarify. You've done a good job here, I think, of analyzing what happens when there is a shoreside plant that's active in ADAC, for instance. But the conclusion that you came to in your document, I believe, was when there is not a shoreside plant active in ADAC, that the analysis of that was really beyond the scope of this document. So you weren't able to identify all of the various issues. Do I have that right, or maybe it would be a chance for you to clarify that? That was my impression reading the document of where we came to on that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, the council had a discussion of these types of issues at the June meeting. And we provided the information that we did in the analysis, but we did not go beyond that to try and provide the council with perhaps additional management measures that were outside of the scope of this analysis. And the council certainly has the prerogative, if they're concerned about the amount of effort in the Bering Sea when there is no AI shore plant in place, or conversely, when there is a shore plant in place, it wishes to develop options that are outside of the scope of this analysis. That's certainly appropriate, and the council does that all the time. I think from the analyst perspective, we really do try and stick pretty closely with the options that the council gives us, and not try and wander too far outside of that scope. And so I hope that answers your questions, but no, I did not include a lot of additional analysis beyond just looking at the AI set aside and some discussion about the impacts that it could potentially have on the fishery without proposing alternative solutions to address those issues.
Yeah, that answers my question just fine. So thank you so much for that clarification. And Mr. Chairman, I had another question. I tried to jump in before we got started after the lunch break. I had a question I wanted to go back to on element 3, which I can wait until we're completely done with the presentation here, or however you'd like on that. I'm not in a free to ask that. There's a question I wanted to ask. Okay. Yeah, this is a question I wanted to ask earlier, and I thought, well, I can find the answer myself. And I should know this, so I didn't ask, but I wasn't able to find it. I spent some time on this over lunch. So Mr. Brannon, on the allocation of crab using, and I'll use king crab, first bay red king crab for the example. On the allocation of crab under this program, if we split that up, the 545 red king crab that would be allocated to this sector potentially, depending on what option we choose, but using that as an example, and we had 10 co-ops and each would get 54.5 crab. So if one co-op goes over that allocation, I'm assuming from what I'm doing here, I'm just looking for clarification I'm right, that one co-op would be shut down, but it would not shut down all the rest of the co-ops. In other words, one co-op would have an overage, they would be shut down, the other co-ops would not have overages, and they would not get shut down and be able to continue to fish. But if I have that right, if it's one co-op has the ability to shut down everybody by going over, then I'd like to understand that better. I'm sorry I wasn't able to find a clear answer to that. I know you discussed it a lot at the AP, and when I listened, I still wasn't totally clear on the answers that were given there. So thank you for a clarification on that, if you would.
Mr. Chairman, I will take a first shot at this, and if I don't provide all the information, Mr. McCracken can follow up since it was in his section. But I think the way that Mr. Dowland described it is correct. Once the National Marine Fisheries makes an allocation of either COD or PSC to a cooperative, they then manage that quota at the cooperative level. And once that cooperative catches their limit of PSC, they're required to stop fishing. If they exceed their PSC limit, and then it doesn't affect the other cooperatives. In other words, if we had the 745 metric ton or let's just use the cod fishery, the 391 metric tons of halibut. If one cooperative, just had a serious issue and exceeded their limit and the sector limit, then it would shut down the cooperatives. However, my assumption is that there are pretty strong penalties within the cooperative that would be placed on individuals that exceed the limit and shut down all the other members of their own cooperative from fishing. And there's also limits that the National Marine Fisheries Service manages that would lead to OLE enforcement action, potentially depending on the severity of the overage against the cooperative that exceeded their limit. I think overall the cooperatives try and have been very successful in other programs at policing themselves and ensuring they don't go over the limit. I do think that if a cooperative went over their limit in this program, and the PSE limits are very constrictive to the entire sector, that other cooperatives are probably going to be fairly unwilling to transfer PSC to a cooperative that went over until the end of the fishing year, and probably those transfers would occur at the post-delivery transfer process, or that's allowed under this program. I could probably continue to go on, but I think I'll stop there. I think I've answered your question.
Yes, you have, and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to detour there. I tried to raise my hand before we got going on element 6, and I had a little audio issue, so appreciate your leeway there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is back on element 6, slide 34. And I was wondering, Daryl, I did look, and so please point me to the section if I just haven't found it, on the discussion of issuing quota to a community entity under 303AC3, and just what that process looks like, or the timing of that process. Does that happen, for instance, after council action in terms of establishing criteria and requiring a sustainability plan? We're unfamiliar, I think, with implementing something like that under 303A, and so if you have more on how that would be done, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, and I may not be the best person to answer this, and I would certainly invite others to follow up. But my understanding is there's a process that's required of the council to establish this sustainability plan, and then there's a requirement that the communities develop that plan and define how they're going to meet the goals and objectives. In terms of the timing of when all this must occur, to be perfectly honest, I'm not 100% sure if it could be done kind of in parallel with the other rulemaking, and the council establish those criteria, and it could be a follow-up action to this, or it would be something that had to be done at this meeting. And I'd certainly invite others to help me with that.
Thanks, Mr. Brannon. Mr. Chair, I see that Glenn Merrill's hand is up. Maybe he's trying to address that as well, but otherwise, no further questions from me.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I think you might have input, but also a separate question as well. So turn it over to Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Kimball actually was asking questions that I was going to ask as well. Why don't I start with the issues related to the 303AC3 language? So specifically, one of the aspects of this allocation to a fishing community is that they have to develop and submit a community sustainability plan to the council and the secretary that demonstrates how the plan will address the social, economic, and development needs of coastal communities, including those that have not historically had the resources to participate in the fishery, for approval based on criteria developed by the council and that have been approved by the secretary and published in the Federal Register. So there is a description of the process within 303AC3. Having said that, to my knowledge, this particular provision of the MSA has not been used in any other 303A limited access privilege program that I'm aware of. So we would be charting new ground. Initial discussions, I think, that we've had internally on this is that theoretically this could be something that would be done either in tandem, as Mr. Brennan had suggested, or after the council takes action. But this is something that I think we would need to explore in more detail. I'll stop there to see if there are any questions on that.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Merrill, for that response. And I'm thinking back to Ms. Kimball's original question, and I think the timing question is fairly critical, because in just reading that section 303A that you're referencing in the Magnuson Act, it's a little unclear to me when the council establishes participation criteria for eligible communities, because the MSA directs the council to consider, when doing that, the expected effectiveness, operational transparency, and equitability of the community sustainability plan. So that suggests to me that at some point the council is evaluating the community sustainability plan in order to determine participation criteria for an eligible community to receive an allocation. So I'm not sure if it's possible to get a little clarity on the timing question, but I think that's really important. So I guess that's my question. Is that possible?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with the indulgence of the chair, I believe our general counsel has perhaps something to add on this issue.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Councilor.
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Baker. With regard to the timing, as Mr. Merrill indicated, this provision of the MSA has not been tested necessarily. However, the sort of key timing steps are that the council would need to develop criteria first to explain how a community could be eligible. And then the community would develop a sustainability plan to demonstrate how it complies with those criteria. It is a little weird, as you mentioned, that the council, in developing criteria, is supposed to consider the expected effectiveness of a community sustainability plan. But I think, sort of in essence, for timing, the council would not necessarily need to establish criteria in tandem with taking final action. Unlike rulemaking, for the criteria, it does not specify in the MSA that it has to be developed and approved through rulemaking, which means that the council could establish criteria approved by the secretary and published in the Federal Register without necessarily taking further public comment on those criteria. So the decision to allocate quota share to a community would be subject to public comment as part of the rulemaking package, but it is possible at least, that the council could develop criteria, eligibility criteria, as an add-on action or later, submit those criteria to the agency for approval, which would then be published in the Federal Register. And after that publication, a community would need to submit a sustainability plan to the council to explain how it would meet those criteria. So I guess, I hope that helps. But basically, the council needed to develop criteria, secretary would approve, it would be published in the register. Afterward, a community that meets those criteria would submit a plan to the council to explain how it meets the criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll contemplate that and stop there. Thanks.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, just briefly on this same point, there is also another provision under this particular section that describes the consequences of failure to comply with the plan, and that just clarifies that the secretary can deny or revoke a privilege that's granted under this section if the requirements of the community sustainability plan are not met. That raises a separate question, I think, that we haven't touched at all, which is what happens if that plan is not met, and what is the mechanism that we would use to address those concerns. And again, as Mr. Gordon-Berry has mentioned, we have not tested this particular provision, so we don't have another precedent to look to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Merrill.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Brennan, back to you.
If there are no additional questions on element 7, and this deals with the transfer of quota share assigned to LLP licenses under 7.1, and there are limited changes made to the document with the exception of 7.1.1 and the post-delivery transfer timing issues. Under element 7.1.1, it allows transfers of quota share or LLP licenses associated with non-exempt AFACVs during a 90-day window, starting after the initial allocation of quota share to LLP licenses. The effectiveness of this rule will be limited if the window of time to complete the transfers is limited to 90 days after the initial allocation of quota shares. Persons could simply delay the process and let the 90-day period expire. I would note that at the June council meeting that there was a request that staff look at this and, consider methods that could potentially be used to make a more fair process and allowing these transfers to work their way through the process so that one person couldn't hold another person basically hostage because of the 90-day time period. I would note that in the public comment, there had been proposed solutions to the problem. However, the analysts were advised not to include alternatives in the analysis that were not developed by the council. And so, with that being said, we did not go beyond the alternatives that were in front of us for this option. We simply analyzed the alternatives that the council had given us. But we do note in the analysis that NIM staff and council staff will work with the council to develop any changes or modifications the council may wish to implement. And we also note in the analysis that NIMS will not be involved in the dispute settlement process. It would only be notified of an ongoing dispute and the resolution of this dispute after it's resolved and implement whatever the results were given to them. If the timing of the 90-day process is changed by the council, as I said, NIMS will work with staff to try and implement the intent of that motion. And so, while we may not have gone as far as some people may have liked us to go in the analysis, that is what we came up with, and just try to work with the council to implement whatever their preferred alternative is as this process goes forward.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brannon, on that last point, and I'm sorry about asking you a question about the AP minutes in advance of us receiving them, but the AP suggested some language to cover that, but I heard you describing how council and agency staff would work at the direction of the council to modify that. I'm wondering if the AP language provides you enough direction to work with. Were the council to choose to adopt something like what the AP provided, is there enough direction in there, or would council and agency staff require greater specificity than what the AP did?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I apologize. I do not have the AP minutes in front of me, and it seems like a long time ago, and I'm not remembering exactly what language they settled on. If John or someone else has it in front of them.
I could, if staff can't get to it now, I could circle back around and re-ask it of staff after the AP. So I don't want to hold things up now, but if staff can quickly get to it, fine. Otherwise, if we could return to it, that'd be fine too.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I will find it and get back to you if that's all right with you.
Thank you, Daryl.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks, Mr. Twite. Mr. Brennan.
Element 7.4 addresses the post-delivery transfer issue. And if a cooperative exceeds its CQ limit on an annual basis, the cooperative may agree to a transfer with another cooperative to cover any harvest overages. If the council limits the PCTC program to the A and B season, the post-delivery transfers must be completed by August 1st to avoid potential sanctions versus the December 31st date if the C season is also allocated. And this is a change from what we had in the June document. We had the December 31st date in the June document. But after discussions with staff of the National Fisheries Service, they recommended that we change that date to the August 1st date to allow reapportionments of the unused quota and rollovers of the quota to the C season and address all those issues that would be hampered if postseason delivery transfers could occur up to the December 31st date. Despite the absence of specific constraints on the overall use of post-delivery transfers, the provision is likely to be used in a limited way. Participants are only likely to rely on the provision for unintended small overages. And I would remind the council that in these types of programs, individuals are required to have quota share or PSC in their cooperative. The cooperatives are required to hold it before they're allowed to start a fishing trip, and my assumption is that would apply to this program as well. And so if you had already exceeded your limit, you wouldn't be able to start a new trip and go fishing, assuming that you're going to be able to cover those overages later. It's just a safety measure to ensure that the cooperatives don't exceed their limit by a lot, hoping that it can cover it with post-delivery transfers. Element 8 deals with ownership and use caps, and Section 303AC of the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires that the council consider excessive consolidation in the harvesting and processing sectors to ensure that LAP permit holders do not acquire an excessive share in the program by establishing a maximum share expressed as a percentage of the total limited access privileges that a limited access privilege holder is permitted to hold, acquire, or use, and establishing any other limitations or measures necessary to prevent an inequitable concentration of limited access privileges. The council should consider what an excessive share of the limited access privilege is for the PCT program and articulate a rationale for how its ownership and use caps will prevent any person from acquiring an excessive share of the limited access privilege. And as we point out in the analysis, the definition of excessive share varies by that program within the North Pacific and across the country, and the limits are developed based on specific fisheries and specific programs. And it's up to the council to define what those limits should be for this specific program, and then state on the record why those caps are appropriate. I'm only going to focus on two of the elements of this provision, the two that have changed or received discussion since the last meeting, and that is the vessel use caps and the processor facility cap. The vessel use caps, the council is considering a range of 3 to 5% of all CQ issued with a grandfather provision for vessels. Considering the historical use of vessels to generate the projected initial allocations under element 2.2.1 through 2.2.3, from 5 to 7 vessels harvested 3% or more of the total qualifying catch history, and no vessels were reported to have harvested more than 4.5% of the qualifying catch history under any of the primary options considered. And the primary options are, not the blend and not the drop years. And so basically what this is saying is that there is no LLP license that would be issued more than 4.5% based on our look at the data under the PPA type qualifying years. However, on an annual basis, there were a total of 9 vessels that exceeded the 5% limit, during a year, in any year from 2009 through 2019. Of those 9 vessels, 1 never exceeded 9% of the annual catch, 1 never exceeded 8%, 3 never exceeded 7%, and 4 never exceeded 6%. And so the first bullet is based on how much you're going to be allocated. The second bullet is just looking at an annual basis on how much anyone has ever used during the time period. And we have other charts and figures in the analysis to look at this issue. Under the processor use caps, the Council is considering a range of 20 to 30% of all CQ at the facility level with a grandfather provision. The Council did not have an alternative developed that looks at a firm level cap for processors. And I think this may have been something because, like under the Rockfish program, it's a Kodiak landing-based program, and the processors typically only have one plant that's operating in the fishery. And in this fishery, that's also the case that most of the firms only have one plant operating, but there are firms that operate multiple processors, or at least more than one processor facility in this fishery. Many of them are located in the same area and would pay the same taxes and basically operate the same, but there's different reasons why they have chosen under the Race for Fish to operate more than one facility. The establishment of a plant-level processing cap are expected to have the greatest impact on the firms that currently operate more than one processing facility and would like to consolidate processing into one or at least fewer plants that they've operated for the BSI Pacific Cod to improve efficiency under the LAP. Implementing the facility level cap, even with the grandfather provision, could limit at least one firm's ability to operate in an economically efficient way. And I would note that if the cap were established at the plant level and you were allowed to operate multiple plants, then a firm would likely be able to process more of the total CQ that's available than they would if the cap were established at the firm level. The calculation of the processor use caps is not specified, but assumed to be based on the average processing over the qualifying period. And that's just a staff note that's how we calculated the caps in the analysis and how we assume that the Council intends to implement them if they include this type of provision in their program. I would note that, well, I will stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brannon, although the Council didn't really consider it, it did seem like there was enough discussion both in the analysis as well as in some testimony we received that if we were to consider a firm level cap rather than a facility level cap, we have the information in front of us to understand the likely impacts of that. I'm sorry, I'm saying that as a conclusion. I'm actually asking you if, in your opinion, you think there's enough information in front of us, both through the analysis and through public testimony, to allow us to understand the impacts of adopting a firm level cap rather than a facility level cap, should we choose to do that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, and I agree that you have the information in front of you that we can provide to make that decision. The information that we provide in the tables that look at the use by processors was actually shown at the firm level. And so those tables that say the top 4 firms process 80% of the CQ during the qualifying period, that information is at the firm level. And that's about as far as we can drill down to provide specific information at a firm level because of the confidentiality requirements that we operate under. And so I think you have the information, the quantitative information, and there is some discussion and analysis of the impacts of having a firm level cap versus a plant level cap in this fishery. So I think you have the information that we can provide in the analysis.
Thanks, Mr. Brannon.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brannon, I just want to confirm that in your assessment, this doesn't create any redistribution across communities or any community impacts in a negative way. Is that what I read?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, that would be my conclusion, and maybe Dr. Downs will touch on that as well in his presentation. But the firms tend to operate in the communities where the primary plant is, or they operate in the same harbor. And so my understanding of the way this would function would be that it would have very limited impacts on communities because of the way the firm is currently structured and the location of the Bering Sea fishery relative to some of the ancillary plants that are used by firms.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Brannon.
The last issue I have a slide on is gear conversion / gear flexibility, or whatever the preferred term is, and that's element 14. And there was some additional information provided. It wasn't a complete overhaul of the section by any means, and so I'm going to be fairly brief. But this provision would allow BSAI Pacific Cod Trawl CV CQ to be harvested using pod gear. CVs must be listed in the cooperative application submitted to NIMS in order to harvest CQ, either with trawl gear or pod gear. But the pod gear vessels must also be included in that list so that the National Marine Fisheries Service will be noticed that catch by those vessels and identified as PCTC program in the catch accounting system would be deducted from the cooperative's account. We don't have any information on the actual number of vessels or the amount of CQ that may be harvesting or used to harvest CQ with pod gear. The provision is expected to provide cooperatives the opportunity to reduce groundfish bycatch and have mixed impact on PSC species. And as Mr. McCracken pointed out in some of his discussions, and as the National Marine Fisheries Service will describe later under the EA, the analysis uses historical PSC usage by gear type in the Pacific cod fishery and assumptions about the percent of CQ that would be harvested using pod gear to estimate potential changes in halibut and crab PSC usage. That's shown in table 3.8. I'd also note that Chinook and non-Chinook salmon are also included in that table. And as we described in the previous meeting, the amount of halibut mortality would be expected to decline. Red king crab and beard eye bycatch would be expected to increase. And according to the data that we have, Chinook, non-Chinook, and Opelio crab bycatch would be expected to decline by using pod gear. And this table simply shows that if 1% of the trawl CQ was harvested with pod gear as opposed to being harvested with trawl gear, you look at the second column in data, you can see either the amount of metric tons for the halibut mortality or the number of crab or number of Chinook salmon that would change because of the change in gear type being used. All the calculations provided in the table are linear, so you could, if you multiply the numbers under the 1% column by 20, you get the numbers in the 20% column, and that's simply the way it works. And others will be talking about this in more detail, so I will leave it at that. And Mr. Chairman, I think if there are no questions, as I said earlier, Dr. Downs will be providing information on the impacts to communities.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brannon. And good afternoon, Dr. Downs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, Mike Downs, Whistler Research. And I'm just going to quickly walk through some of the changes to the fishing community sections of the analysis since the last time you saw it. Several of these are comments that the council made in their discussion. Others are based on SSC recommendations. One of the things that came up at the council was the utility of updating with 2020 and 2021 data. Several community harvest and processing sector engagement indicators have now been updated to those years. Those include indicators for trawl catcher vessels, shore-based processors, and for other potentially affected sectors as well. The other potentially affected sectors discussion has been expanded, especially in two places. One is in the catcher vessel hook and line and pot, less than 60 foot rollover reallocation discussion has been expanded. People wanted more information on where did quota come from and how was it used and what the variability is over the years. So that discussion, it was there, but more detail has been added. There is a brand new hook and line catcher processor discussion, including patterns of CDQ ownership that's been added since you've seen it. Daryl, Mr. Brannon did the analysis, potential analysis to the extent he could within the limits of the existing alternatives and options and elements. But in the community section, it looks at the affiliation of those vessels with communities. Additional detail or information has also been added on shoreside processing operations based on additional industry outreach. Mr. Brannon talked about some elaboration of the analysis on the role of AFA cooperatives and their how they're relevant to potential landing patterns or changes in landing patterns or continuation of landing patterns. We talked about that now a little bit more in the community section as well, and specifically where those cooperatives are based and their affiliations with communities, basically. There's also expansion on deliveries of Aleutian Islands, trawl cod, peacod to shoreside processors. There's a new table associated with that. And then the community effects section has been revised in response to changes in alternatives 2A and 2B that the council made at the last meeting, as well as the addition of alternative 3, the PPA. What I would say, though, with even those changes, there are new types of effects that have been identified. There's different combinations of elements and alternatives in the previously existing alternatives, and then obviously with alternative 3. In terms of what the SSC wanted revised or changed, they recommended distinguishing between consolidation from specialization in Pacific cod and other species with respect to catcher vessels that could be relevant to consolidation. So the discussion has been revised to more clearly distinguish between consolidation of effort or directed participation in the Pacific cod fishery versus vessels that may not participate directly in that fishery under one or more of the proposed alternatives, versus those vessels that would remain active in commercial fishing outside of the Pacific cod fishery, Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands Pacific cod trawl fishery, by focusing on other fisheries in their annual round portfolio. From a community perspective, it's really important the retention of active local vessels, if they're focused on other fisheries, would be a key to minimizing adverse effects of water consolidation may occur within the trawl fishery, as, for example, crew would still be employed, fish would still be delivered, and support service businesses would still have those vessels as part of their customer base. So that's discussed more clearly than it was in the past. And continuing on that same recommendation, within Alaska, as we talked about last time, trawl catcher vessel and LLP license ownership are largely concentrated in Kodiak and among CDQ communities. And whether individual Kodiak CVs would choose to harvest or lease out CQ would be influenced by, obviously, the initial allocation amounts, their history, other opportunities available to that vessel in the Bering Sea versus in the Gulf, the efficiency of that harvesting relative to other CVs in the same co-op, among other factors. Obviously, co-op are going to want the fish vessels to harvest the cube, and some of the correct vessels may or may not fit that criteria. It'll decisions on the individual.
Mr. Downs? Dr. Downs?
Yes.
Dr. Downs, I hate to interrupt you, but starting to get a little degradation in audio quality. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay.
You can, that sounds good right there. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try not to move. And then Daryl or Mr. Bannon had mentioned the AFA versus non-AFA vessel, sort of continuation of participation and effects that may have. So there's been some information added on for the Kodiak vessels. It's about a 60-40% split between AFA and non-AFA vessels, but they're small numbers, so that's a big caveat there. For comparison, the Seattle MSA in Portland, Oregon, where there's much more concentration of the vessels in this fleet, that's more like an 80-20 split. And other Washington, other Oregon, smaller communities are more like a 2/3, 1/3 split. And then existing patterns of community dependency on the fishery via shore-based processing is unlikely to fundamentally change under the PPA. But by far and away, the most processing activity occurs in Unalaska Dutch Harbor, in Akutan, and Adak when operating. And to get at Ms. Kimball's question for Daryl a few minutes ago, the communities that are, unlike Dutch Harbor and Akutan, located close to the fishing grounds and have the high volume that the plants have in those communities. There's two other communities where processing has taken place not every year during the qualifying period, but in the case of King Cove in most years, and in Sandpoint some years, with obviously quantitative information is confidential, but the amounts that are landed vary quite a bit year to year. And in discussions with industry, in the case of Sandpoint, the landings that have been made in the qualifying period in that community have been characterized as minor and as the result of race for fish conditions where plant capacity in other communities, in Akutan, was at capacity, and Sandpoint was a bit of a relief valve under the race for fish conditions. And it's unlikely, if the race for fish conditions go away, that landings would be made at the same level as before. Again, they're minor, but obviously every dollar counts. And when it comes to community impacts, there's landing taxes and, perhaps other induced economic activity locally. But very clearly, it was characterized as minor compared to other operations at the plant. And if there were to be a shift in pattern away from Sandpoint, it would occur based on the company's ownership, other communities within the Aleutians East Borough. So it would be contained within the borough, and it would be a very minor impact, characterized as a very minor impact on Sandpoint operations. And finally, the SSC recommended a general consideration of the implications of climate change on the harvesting fleet and engaged communities be included. The analysis now notes elsewhere as well, but because the SSC mentioned communities in particular, the community section as well, it now notes that the PPA would allow for greater predictability for fisheries participants and would provide for increased operational, spatial, temporal flexibility in response to a range of potential changes in the short and long-term fishery conditions. This flexibility has the potential for decreasing vulnerability to adverse conditions and increasing resilience following adverse events or accompanying adverse trends, including the adverse effects of climate change, for those individuals, entities, and communities already engaged in the fishery. And as discussed before, there is no closed class of processors, so presumably if there were fundamental shifts in distribution of the stock, there's no closed class of processors. So there's flexibility there as well. And Mr. Chair, that is the end of my slides.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Downs. See if there's any questions. Don't see any. We are ready to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll now go to element 11.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Council. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Abby John with the National Marine Fisheries Service. This slide just provides an overview of element 11. There were no changes to this section, and I will go over the June 2021 Council motion in the next slide. Section 2.9.7, effects on monitoring and enforcement, begins on page 400 of the analysis. Table 2-611 provides an updated summary on the effects of the action. The June 2021 Council motion and October AP motion stated that all vessels harvesting CQ will be in full coverage. Element 11 is not intended to modify the observer coverage exception provided for CVs delivering unsorted cottons to a mothership, or the current observer data transmission requirements for non-AFA CVs. This section was updated since June to include recommendations for data transmission and ATLAS requirements, as well as additional detail on the benefits and costs of transmitting data at sea. This table provides an overview of what is currently required by regulation and what is recommended by NMFS for vessels in the proposed program. In June of 2021, NMFS recommended all qualified vessels in the PCTC program provide ATLAS and at-sea transmission. Since June, and in consideration of input from the Council motion, industry, and the benefits of data quality, NMFS modified recommendations for this program. A larger swath of vessels is recommended for ATLAS and at-sea data transmission than is stated by the June 2021 Council motion and the October AP motion. For AFA vessels, they would be required to have at-sea data transmission. This would affect approximately 39 vessels, and of these vessels, many already have the ability to transmit at sea. Non-AFA vessels greater than 60 would also be required to provide a computer with ATLAS and at-sea transmission. This would affect approximately 11 vessels. Then, non-AFA vessels less than 60 feet length overall would be required to facilitate data transmission at the end of a trip and would not be required to transmit at sea. For these approximately 6 vessels shown here, they would not need to upgrade their data transmission systems. To reiterate this revised recommendation, this would result in 2 categories, both with a 100% observer coverage, but one having a requirement to transmit at sea and the other with a requirement to transmit at the end of a trip. For vessels less than 60, this could be achieved in a myriad of ways, including providing a connection dockside, such as finding communication equipment on shore or getting access to Wi-Fi at a processing plant. Participants could also negotiate a solution with a full coverage observer provider, or even provide the observers with a cell phone. As long as the vessel is able to facilitate data transmission at the end of a trip and prior to the next trip, they would meet requirements under this approach. For vessels greater than 60 required to transmit data at sea, the benefits include an increase in the timeliness of data needed for management, reducing the likelihood of data changed or deleted, enabling inexperienced observers to come up to speed more quickly, and to notify NMFS staff with compliance concerns.
Thanks, John. Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. John. In your transmitting at sea requirement, I didn't notice anything that was specific to hot gear. And so I just want to make sure that I have the same understanding. Is the assumption that the same at sea transmission requirements would apply regardless of which gear type you were using in the program, that it's more vessel-based, length-based?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. My understanding is yes, the same observer coverage requirements would apply.
And transmission at sea was more my questions. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. John. I just wanted to confirm that the NIMS recommendation is not consistent with the current council PPA. And so is the rationale for this whole section to talk about the benefits and or disadvantages of not changing the final action to be consistent with NIMS recommendations? I guess to be more clear, we would need to change the PPA and the final preferred alternative to be consistent with what you just had on that previous slide in order to make at-sea transmission required for every vessel over 60 feet. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is correct. So our recommendation is not in line with the June council motion or the October AP motion, and so the council would likely need to update their motion to be in line with our recommendation if that was the way that the council chose to go.
Thank you.
Okay, back to you, Ms. John.
And for the last slide for this section, so this just provides an overview for vessels that would need to upgrade their systems, just an overview of costs of data transmission. And to gather this information and to understand which vessels have the ability to transmit at sea, NIMS collaborated with industry to understand the reliability, costs, and variety of systems used. So thank you to Alaska Groundfish Data Bank for facilitating this exchange of information. And I'll also note in June of 2020, the council requested expanded cost information to include a wider range of purchasing and rental prices. The analysis includes an expanded table from the one shown here. This table reflects the systems known to be used by vessel owners and operators. As shown, there are a range of options and price points depending on what the vessel is looking for. In general, more reliable systems are more expensive. The most commonly used system is the KVH7 system. And for those that do not have the system, one of the barriers was cost. Therefore, we reflected that in our recommendation by not requiring vessels under 60 to have at-sea data transmission capabilities. And so thank you, and that concludes the presentation portion for monitoring and enforcement. Pending any questions, I'll pass it off to Stephanie Warpinski for the environmental assessment and implementation sections.
All right, thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon. Through the chair. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just looking for any questions. I don't see any for Ms. John. So good afternoon, Ms. Warpinski.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, my name is Stephanie Warpinski, or for National Marine Fisheries Service, and I am going to walk through the EA and the some of the implementation factors under this program. I'm also going to, if there's any specific questions, the EA, Dr. Joe Krieger has done a lot of work on this, and he will be available for questions as well. All right. So overall, the EA, the current alternatives, did not identify any significant effects on the biological, physical, or human environment. This EA focuses specifically on possible impacts to Pacific cod, incidental catch, PSC, and marine mammals. Because it is expected that this action would result in negligible effects on the other resource categories, such as seabirds, ecosystem component species, habitat, and ecosystem. This part of the presentation will briefly go over the updates since June. Looking at the possible impacts of the alternatives on the Pacific cod Because the fishing effort will remain the same and because any shifts in the location and timing of fishing that may arise as a result of this action is unlikely to occur outside the existing footprint of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish fishery, we concluded that this action is not expected to jeopardize the sustainability of Pacific cod and thus will not result in a significant impact. Looking at impacts to PSC species, the PSC species discussed in this analysis include halibut and 3 species of crab. Current PSC limits for crab and halibut are examined annually during the specification process and are considered to be sustainable. Under the PPA, Element 14, Pacific cod. Yes.
I apologize. I'm getting some fading in your volume. If you can just try to keep your phone close to you. It might just be my system. I apologize if it is, but it sounded a little quiet.
Okay, I will do my best. Thank you. Right. You already heard a lot of our potential PSC concerns about this from Darrell, chiefly being the fact that pot gear would take less halibut but more crab PSC. Using methods described in section 3.3 of the analysis, we conservatively estimated that the red king crab zone 1 PSC limit would be exceeded if approximately 5 or 4.5% of the trawl CQ was fished with pot gear, which would result in a closure of zone 1 to fishing. While the number of vessels that will ultimately use the gear conversion provision, if any, is unknown, if the crab or halibut PSC limits are reached, the area or fishery would be closed. Because this alternative would decrease the PSC limits relative to status quo, and the fishery would be forced to move out of zone 1 if that limit was exceeded, the effects of the alternatives on PSC species are not likely to be significant. The numbers in the analysis do not reflect changes in the red king crab fishery that occurred after publication. These numbers are from 2015 to 2020. Looking at impacts to incidental catch, table 3-10 in the analysis shows the composition of the incidental catch from this fishery from 2015 to 2020. The incidental harvest of these species in this fishery are already limited by MRAs, which are not changed at all as a result of this action. Additionally, table 3-14 in the analysis shows that while composition of incidental catch from the pot gear and the Bering Sea Aleutian Island Pacific cod pot sector differs from that of the trawl sector, because of the differences in fishing gear logistics, we actually see an overall reduction in the amount of incidental take. Since fishing effort and the location and timing of fishing that may arise as a result of this action is unlikely to occur outside of the existing footprint of the Bering Sea Aleutian Island groundfish fishery, we concluded that this action is not expected to substantially alter the incidental catch in the Pacific cod target fishery and thus will not result in a significant impact. And I can take
Ms. Workman, Baker. Yeah, okay. Ms. Baker's got a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Worpinski. I just want to make sure I'm clear on one of your comments under the prohibited species catch part of this slide. In terms of when we're talking about red king crab, zone 1 specifically for the PSC limit, I think you said that this conclusion about gear conversion in terms of the PSC limit being exceeded and could result in an area closure. I think you said that determination was based on PSC limits from 2015 to 2020, so did not take into account the information that we recently received about the status of the red king crab stock. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And this may not be a fair question for you, but just because it came up earlier, also in that same bullet, it's referenced if a PSC limit is exceeded and could result in an area closure. I think we determined with Mr. McCracken earlier that area closure means closure to the cooperative whose PSC limit was exceeded in that particular case, not to the whole trawl CV directed cod fishery, correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, you're correct on that too.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Rapinski. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Warpinski.
Yeah, thank you. Continuing on to marine mammals, the only concern we identified for possible impacts on the incidental take of marine mammals is again dependent on how many vessels use pot gear to harvest Pacific cod instead of trawl gear in this program. The list of fisheries classifies the Pacific cod trawl fishery as a Tier 2 Category 3 fishery, while the Pacific cod pot gear fishery is classified as a Tier 2 Category 2 fishery. This means that there is a higher probability of marine mammal entanglement in the pot fishery compared to the trawl fishery. If this action results in the use of more pot gear in the fishery, that could result in more take of marine mammals. Specifically, in the EA, we were interested in the takes of humpback whales. We generated a scenario where up to 10% more CQ was allocated for use by pot gear fishing vessels, doubling the 5% estimated in the PSC section. Therefore, a potential maximum effect to humpback whales over a 5-year period would be the existing effect of commercial Pacific cod pot gear fisheries in the Bering Sea, plus a 10% increase of the effect. And so this would be considered a maximum for any potential additional effect, since it assumes that any increase in the use of pot gear fishing would directly result in a parallel increase in encounters with whales. Given the rarity of interactions between humpback whales and these fisheries, that result is unlikely. Even with an increase in the potential effect to humpback whales, an increase to the annual serious injury or mortality rate of humpback whales of 0.04 still results in a rate well below the PBRs of humpback whale stocks. While the alternatives could result in more interactions with humpback whales, these are not likely to rise to a level that would significantly affect humpback whale stocks in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. When looking at the impacts on the prey availability to marine mammals, the only concern we noted was that if an action resulted in changes of seasonal allocations or timing of the fishery, there would likely need to be some reevaluation of impacts on stellar sea lion prey availability. Potential disturbance effects on marine mammals are similar to those outlined for prey availability. Barring any changes to seasonal allocations or timing of the fishery, we did not identify any significant effects on marine mammals, and that includes the EA summary. And if there are no other questions, I'm going to move on to implementation. Starting on page 416 of the analysis, the agency has included a new section 2.97 outlining the implementation process for the PCTC program. This section highlights some of the components of implementation, including initial allocations and the ongoing annual processes associated with the catch share program. Generally, this information is extracted from what is ongoing with other catch share programs, such as Amendment 80 or the Rockfish program. This infographic can be found on page 416 of the analysis and provides a high-level overview of what the next 2 years looks like behind the scenes. NMFS anticipates the final rule to be published in late 2022. Prior to that, a notice of availability and a proposed rule will be published. Both of those rulemaking notices will have requests for public comments. When the final rule is published, it will go into effect 30 days later. Concurrently with the rulemaking process, NMFS will establish the official record of landing and notify qualified participants after the publication of the final rule. There will likely be a 30-day application period and a 45-day opportunity to appeal the initial allocation. In addition, Element 7 has a 90-day transfer window that will be factored into this timeline. Applications require NMFS staff time and resources, and implementing a new program requires effort from multiple divisions, including RAM, OLE, Information Services, and SF. The general appeals process available to all participants is now centralized at the National Appeals Office, a division within NMFS Office of Management and Budget. This is not to be confused with the proposed Element 7 90-day transfer window for a subset of LLP holders under this program. At this time, I'll take any questions on initial allocations or rulemaking process before moving on to the annual processes. Okay.
So this is the last slide I have. This is the last slide before I think I hand it back over to John. Each catch share program has its own forms, applications, ownership and use caps, cost recovery, monitoring provisions that require agency time, resources, and staff. This section identifies annual processes that will be cost recoverable in the PCTC program. Starting in late 2023, cooperative representatives will submit cooperative applications due prior to November 1st of each year. Generally, NIM staff take up to 10 working days to review and approve these applications. Depending on the number of co-ops and other permitting activities occurring at the same time, this could be a sizable annual task. The co-op application would require correct documentation of the cooperative's fishing activities, including but not limited to the state business license, articles of incorporation of the co-op, names of all the persons to the individual level that hold ownership interests in each of LLP license, and the percentage ownership holds in each LLP, the cooperative, and the cooperative agreement. This information is used to verify compliance with ownership and use caps, including caps applicable to processor-held harvest shares. Once the application is submitted to NIMS, verified for correct information, NIMS would approve the application, issue a CQ permit. Fishing would align with the existing A and B seasons for the program, and vessels with CQ permits would begin fishing in January. In-season management would monitor and allocate the ICA and PSC limits not allocated to the PCTC program. Any allowable transfers would be done electronically through eFish. Cooperatives would be required to manage the GOA sideboard usage under Element 4, Options 4.2. Following the end of the season, post-delivery transfers would need to be complete by August 1st. In-season management C-season would be necessary if the council chooses to keep C-season limited access. NIMS would report to the council on the number of transfers in the program, similar to other programs in their in-season management report. Cost recovery fees would be due December 1st. NIMS recommends using the standard prices, recommends that the standard prices are calculated using the Pacific Cod ex-vessel volume and value report to maintain consistency across Pacific Cod trawl standard prices, to prevent a one-year lag in the data and to reduce staff time spent calculating standard prices. Under Element 12, each co-op would produce an annual report for the council, and NIMS would not recommend additional reports to NIMS for agency management of the program. And with that, I'd be happy to take any other questions on implementation, and I am done with my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borkowski. Pause here to see if there are any questions. And I don't see any, so I think that is back to Mr. McCracken. We're halfway through our afternoon session here, so I think maybe this is a good time to take an afternoon break and then come back and take the last few slides from Mr. McCracken and any additional questions before we move on to our SSC and AP reports. So come back at 2:35 Alaska time, and we'll conclude with the staff presentation. I'd like to remind members of the public to sign up prior to the end of our SSC and AP reports for public testimony. Come back at 2:35 Alaska time.
Hey, Glenn? Glenn, do I have you?
Bill, I think you're on the NPFMC line.
Okay. Obviously, poor phone management. Thanks, David.
Please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to take the balance of our staff presentation on agenda item C4. Turn it back over to Mr. McCracken.
Members of the council, before we kind of walk through these last few slides here that summarize the program as it relates to the purpose and need, I'd take this opportunity to loop back to a request by the council during my presentation with regards to PSC, CRAB PSC specifically. So before we get to this table, I would just point out that there were some questions around the column, last far right column, about my calculations for determining the percent differences between the proposed 22 CRAB PSC limits for the Charles CV sector under the PPA as well, relative to the 2019. Those calculations were inaccurate, and I apologize for any confusion on that. So I've adjusted those numbers there. These percentages obviously show up in a table that was suggested. I prepared for the council to summarize both the impacts from the PPA factored in with the 2022 proposed CRAB PSC limits. So what we have here is under the first column following the species is the 2019 Charles CV PSC apportionment, not factoring in any allocation or any reductions to the Charles CV sector. It's just breaking apart the cod, TLAP, between the trawl CV sector and the FAPP sector. And the next column over is the same, but using the proposed 2022 trawl CV crab PSC apportionments. Finally, the last, not the last column, but the middle column shows the number of animals factoring in the PPA using the proposed 2022 PSC numbers, crab PSC numbers. The last two columns on the right-hand side are the measure of differences or percent of differences between the 2019 and 2022 crab PSC apportionments. So that column, it starts with 67%. That is the difference of basically the crab PSC apportionment between 2019 2022 for the TLAS cod fishery. And again, that's assuming that the percentage that is apportioned to the 2022 cod TLAS numbers won't change. Right, currently in 2021 it was 11%. Assuming that same 11% would be applied to 2022, your differences between the two would be 67%. So it declined 67%. But obviously, maybe it's missing a operator, a minus sign in front of those percentages, but that's the difference. The last column is the percent reduction in crab PSC limit for the trawl CV sector, comparing the using the 2022, factoring in the PPA reduction percentages, and it differs how that percentage differs from the 2019 trawl CV crab apportionment PSC, and that would be that far right column. So simply it's the difference between the 545 metric tons and the 2,676 divided by the 2019 crab PSC apportionment. So factoring in both the changes in the PSC and the reductions equates to a 79.6% reduction for the trawl CV sector relative to the 2019 trawl CV crab PSC apportionment. I hope that's a little clearer, and if I've muddied the water, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. I think that's helpful. And I want to make sure we get to any questions that folks have on this. I think Ms. Vanderhoven's question was on something else. So if anybody's got a question on John's clarifications, let us know. Okay, thanks again, Mr. McCracken. All right, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is actually for Ms. Lorpinski, if she's still available.
I think we've still got her as yep.
Hello.
There we go.
Great.
This is Stephanie.
Thank you, Ms. Lorpinski. I apologize. Sometimes you talk really fast and I don't always catch everything. I was under the impression that we were looking at implementation for this program in 2023, but then I thought I heard you say 2024. So can you just clarify that for me?
Sure. Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, we're looking at 2024 for this being in the water officially. And so in 2023, we just working backwards from 2024. 2023, which is on the screen right now, I believe, we are going to be finishing up the rulemaking and then start the pre-implementation, including initial allocations, and which include staff looking at those applications and that kind of thing. And then prior to that, in 2022 would be the rulemaking, which is the notice of availability and the proposed rule. So we'll be developing that. So we can anticipate this is going to take about 2 years to go in the water.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. McCracken, all yours.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just the last few slides. This is sort of the summary, kind of rolling it all together. First, before we speak to how the program addresses the kind of the goals that are in the purpose and need, I thought I would just remind everybody what was included in the purpose and need statement. So over the last several years, the total allowable catch for the cod fishery in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands has steadily declined. The pace of the fishery has contributed to an increasingly compressed season, resulting in decreased ability to maximize the value of the fishery and negatively impacting all fishery participants, including catcher vessels, motherships, shoreside processors, and communities. This race for fish has also discourages fishing practices that can minimize bycatch and threatens the sustainable viability of the fishery. The Council is considering the development of a cooperative-based program to improve the prosecution of the fishery with the intent of promoting safety and stability in the harvesting and processing sectors, minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable, increasing the value of the fishery, providing for sustained participation of the fishery-dependent communities, and ensuring the sustainability and viability of the resource. So looking at those last 7 goals there in the purpose and need statement, we're going to walk through them and briefly just have a brief sentence about each one of them. So for the improve the prosecution of the fishery, the pace of the fishery is expected to be slowed as a result of this program, and the season lengths are increased as harvesters are no longer competing for a share of the fishery, and processors do not need to add capacity to keep up with the excessively rapid delivery pace. From a safety perspective, the rapid pace of the fishery has resulted in crowding on the grounds. In recent years, the economic pressures to fish have caused vessel operators to fish in weather conditions that they could avoid under a LAT program. Less crowded grounds would reduce the potential for gear interactions. Stability in the harvesting and processing sectors. LAT programs in Alaska have resulted in stable harvesting and processing sectors, especially as programs have matured. It is anticipated that similar results will occur under the PCTC program, with the greatest instability occurring in the beginning of the program while stakeholders are determining how best to operate the new management regime. Several components in this package are specifically designed to promote stability, including allocations to harvesters and processors to balance market power, the ability to transfer quota if firms are unable to harvest their allocations during a year or a season, and greater accountability for PSC usage that increases the sector's protections if an individual has high PSC usage. Some components of the Council's PPA would result in trade-offs in their stated goals and objectives. For example, reducing PSC level could result in greater instability for the harvesting and processing sectors, but may better achieve its objective of minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable. Limitations on the CP sector acting as a mothership could somewhat reduce the stability of that sector and the CVs that have traditionally delivered to them in order to provide for a sustained participation of fishery-dependent communities. Minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable, an individual and cooperative accountability of PSC usage would provide greater incentive to avoid PSC to the extent practicable. PSC apportionments within the cooperatives and across cooperatives will have high value, as the limited availability of these species could constrain the value derived from the cod fishery, resulting in enforcement actions and associated fines from the cooperatives. Reduction in the PSC limits available to sector and cooperatives will help ensure that harvesters utilize fishing practices that minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. Increasing the value of the fishery, the slower pace of the fishery is anticipated to allow harvesters to deliver higher quality cod to the processors. Reducing the time that fish are on the catcher vessels, both offloading the fish at the processor in a shorter period of time than under the limited access fishery, and less time on the grounds and less wait times to offload. Shoreside processors would have the ability to slow
throughput at the plant and produce high-quality fillets. Providing for sustained participation of fishery-dependent communities. The allocation to LLP licenses, which includes a non-severability provision that could in turn serve to limit the consolidation of local fleets, as vessels would be less likely to be tied up at the dock if not actively harvesting CQ. Gulf of Alaska sideboards are designed to protect Gulf community fleets from increasing competition resulting from rationalizing of the cod fishery in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands. Limits on processing and processor allocations could serve to stabilize landings in communities with previous history of the Bering Sea Aleutian Island cod processing. Aleutian Island processor provisions could potentially have beneficial impacts to communities in western Aleutian Island region and potentially have adverse impacts to communities in other regions. The inability to sever catch histories from the LLP licenses could serve to help limit consolidation of catch history associated with quota between communities. Finally, ownership and use caps could potentially help limit consolidation of harvesting and processing activity among the communities. And finally, ensuring the sustainability and viability of the resource. National Marine Fisheries Service and the Council will continue to utilize the best science available to establish harvest levels in the Bering Sea Aleutian Island cod fishery. Individuals and cooperatives will need to ensure that do not exceed the available quota or risk being subject to fines by the cooperatives or an OLE enforcement action. Together, these will help ensure that the trawl CV sector apportionment is not exceeded on an annual basis. ICAs for cod will continue to be established for the sector based on the best information available by the agency. Limiting the use of those ICAs falls outside of the control of the cooperatives. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the staff's presentation of the analysis.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Okay, any further questions from council members? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. McCracken. I appreciated the summary at the end as it relates to the purpose and need. I think that was a really good idea as suggested in the advisory panel, so thank you for doing that. I didn't track the slide number that I have a question about, but it was the very last bullet talked about the potential sideboard limit on the CPs acting as motherships and impacts on stability for that sector. So it was at least 2 or 3 slides back. Yeah.
Is that it, Ms. Baker?
That is it. Can you please review number 2 in that bottom bullet again? And I guess I just wasn't following it as it's presented there. So can you maybe try to amplify that a little bit more, the point that's being made there?
I can try. This was obviously some work that was put into this by Mr. Brannon. So obviously this bullet speaks to some parts of the package could, I think of the upper bullet there, adding stability to the harvesting and processing sector similar to other lab programs. So I think that limits on the CP sector acting as motherships could somewhat reduce the stability of that sector and the CVs delivering to them in order to provide sustained participation in fishery-dependent communities. I think that from my perspective, I think the sideboard, the sideboard limits could, I think sideboard limits in general, it could add potentially some instability for the actual tetra processors acting as motherships in this particular case, because it's a limitation. They don't have free reign to participate like the shoreside processors, and obviously there's a reason for that. And I think that's been articulated in the analysis. And what the council's goal is to trade off between shoreside processors and CPs acting as motherships in a sense. So I think it's a slight a trade-off, and I think that when we say instability or reduced stability slightly, there's a potential if the the two CPs acting as the motherships did not have sideboards. I think they would it would result in a different result, I guess. And I would invite Mr. Brannan if he wants to articulate a little bit more in case I haven't addressed your question, Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brannan.
I'd just like to add that under the status quo, there is no limitation on how much catcher processor that's eligible for the sector is allowed to process. This program would establish a limit on that, and as we've seen from the analysis, there are catcher vessels that may have their opportunity to deliver to CPs acting as motherships restricted based on the size of the limitation that's implemented. And there's at least one CP operation that would receive more quota than they're allowed to process. And together, whether the way Mr. McCracken described it in his presentation, there would be perhaps a slightly less stability for the sector. I think that slightly less stability would be derived from those two factors, forcing them to either find new markets for their product or the CP being required to not process all the catch that their catcher vessels deliver to them, and either leasing it or finding a shoreside market to process that fish.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that. And so perhaps I didn't quite understand the discussion of trade-offs here. Is this evaluation or determination of an impact of having stability versus having a sideboard limit versus not? Because I'm really struggling to understand how the status quo fishery moving into a rationalization program with a mothership sector that has two companies, a closed class of processors, and will be rationalized under this fishery would somehow be less stable. But it doesn't sound like you're making that comparison in this summary slide here. The comparison is between elements within the program, whether or not to have a sideboard limit on the offshore mothership sector or not. That's what you're describing here. Do I have that correct?
Mr. Chairman and Ms. Baker, I think that's pretty accurate, and I think it's also highly dependent on which sideboard limit level is selected under the program, and how much fish under this program that the CP sector may not be able to process, and I think all those factor in, and that's why I think the way Mr. McCracken caveated it would there potentially be slightly less stability. And that was given up to create additional stability for the shoreside processing sector and the communities that are home to those shoreside processing sectors. And I don't, the way I understood the language as Mr. McCracken presented it, it wasn't to indicate that, it's going to drive any of the CP firms out of business or cause great harm, but slightly less stability, as opposed to if the status quo and under this program, and there was no limit placed on them, but they had the benefit of the cooperative.
Thank you, Mr. Brannan. Thanks, Mr. McCracken. That's helpful. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McCracken, for the summary. just as a kind of a follow up on that line of questioning is, just I'm wondering how we track, looking at community stability and historic participation, kind of some of the information Dr. Downs presented. What mechanism is in place to track shifts in community participation, and at what level, and what are the remedies? I know National Standard 8 is pretty specific when it speaks to sustained participation, and that the preferred alternative would be the one that minimizes adverse economic impacts, but without doing that up front, or if we weren't to select an alternative to do that, how do you track that, and what's the remedy after the fact? Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, this is Daryl. I'll take a first shot at it, but I don't want to preclude John and Mike from jumping in as well. As part of this program, we're certainly going to have information on which vessels form cooperatives around which processors. And we'll have information, as we've always collected, on the harvesting activity and processing activity of the participants in the fishery through the collection of fish tickets and that type of information. That will allow the council to basically understand movements between communities. It may not provide you as much information directly from the data collection process that the council and the National Fisheries Service currently have in place at the vessel or the processor level. That information, if the council wished to have more insight into those types of practices, would probably come through the annual report to the council that the cooperatives are required to give under the reporting requirements. And the council certainly has the flexibility and the latitude to define the types of information that they would like to see provided in those reports. Beyond that, I think I would let either John or Mike jump in and offer additional information if they have it.
Thanks, Mr. Brennan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Downs.
Dr. Downs.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would add to that is, there is no specific data collection program, additional data collection program associated with this action. But as Mr. Brannon mentioned, there's the type of information available that we used in the analysis to show links to communities. And we certainly could look at changes in the patterns of participation and dependency. And my understanding is that, like other council laps, this will be subject to program review, and you would have, as you do at any point, the ability to modify the program as you see fit, especially during, which would be especially perhaps facilitated by the program review process. That's all I would add.
Thanks to you both for the response.
Right. Further questions on for the staff? All right, great. Well, thanks to all of you for your presentation and work on this. Okay, that will conclude staff presentation, and we can move to, let's see, our SSC report, I believe. We have Dr. Dressel here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Sherry Dressel. Thank you. My name is Sherry Dressel,
and I'm here to present the SSC report on C4, the SAI Pacific Cod Trawl CV Lab. Our report actually is contained in a single slide, and the SSC finds the document sufficient to inform decision-making by the Council here at final action. The SSC appreciates the Council's identification of a PPA which focused the analysis, and the SSC also appreciates the analyst's thorough and rapid response to June SSC and Council comments. There are a couple of considerations that the SSC suggests, and that is the SSC suggests that the Council consider that available experience does not yet provide evidence that layering considerable harvest quota allocations on top of processor-centered cooperatives will result in an appropriately strong market power mitigation measure, and that doing so may adversely impact vessels without existing processor relationships. The next one is that the SSC suggests that the Council identify measures on which this lab will be evaluated and develop a collection program for the data necessary to populate metrics that the Council and NIM staff identify for quantifying those measures. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Dr. Gressel. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Dressel. I unfortunately missed some of the SSC discussion on this, and so I do have one question about the first bullet under your suggestions. And I'm a little unsure what the reference to a processor-centered cooperative means in that bullet. Can you provide any additional insight into that?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I actually do not have more information on that wording. I expect that wording may be the same in our minutes that were submitted. So I'm afraid that I can't provide additional information on that.
Thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I actually had that similar question to Ms. Baker, but I'll move on to another question. It seemed from the discussion at the SSC and the minutes that there was a lot of focus on the fact that the Council chose a PPA, and that helped focus the analysis and focus the SSC discussion. And so this might be a broader question, Dr. Dressel, but we normally as a Council would not choose a PPA until after the initial review draft or after the first draft that the SSC sees of an analysis. And I'm wondering, should we take this as a note that the SSC would like to see analyses when there's a PPA identified? It seemed to be a big point of discussion in the time that I listened to the SSC, and maybe you can just help me understand the benefits of that or the benefits of seeing the document as early as we've been providing on your agenda.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. My response actually goes back to my memory from the June meeting, and my memory from the SSC's comments at that time was that this analysis was a bit unusual in the interaction between the elements and alternatives. It seemed that SSC members were that this was specific to this analysis, and because of that, it was difficult to evaluate without a PPA. So my impression was that was specific to this analysis and was not intended to be guidance overall. And so I will fall back on our sort of previous practice that seeing analyses early is useful for the SSC.
Thank you. And a follow-up or second question, Mr. Chair, is on the recommendations for a data collection program. And does the SSC have a particular recommendation on what that might look like, or whether that needs to be a regulated program versus just some thinking about how to evaluate whether we're meeting the objectives of this program, and we could find ways to do that without regulations for an data program?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we did have a considerable discussion about the data collection program, and we actually, the SSC, I don't believe that we commented on whether this was part of the regulated program or not, although there was concern by SSC members that this be implemented at the time of the program, so perhaps that was assumed. I think that as far as what the data collection would be, I asked that specifically, and one of the focus was that I believe that there was hesitation to name what was in these specifically by the SSC, and that instead we were looking to the process of the council specifying the goals for the data collection based on the objectives of the program, and then leaving it to the council and NIMS staff then to identifying ways of quantifying those measures. So I think there was hesitation for the SSC to take that role, and I think that was intentional, trying to be appropriate rather than being vague. Does that help address that question?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Dressel. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions on the SSC report? All right, thank you very much, Dr. Dressel. Okay, that will bring us to our advisory panel report. And I see that we've got Matt Upton and Ruth Christensen here. I'd like to remind members of the public to sign up to testify prior to the end of the AP report. Good afternoon, Mr. Upton and Ms. Christensen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Ruth. Oh, I hear Matt.
Oh, good. Sounds like we're both on.
We promise we'll be a lot more coordinated from here on out. Okay, so Ruth Christensen and Matt Upton are here to give the AP report on agenda item C4. Our presentation is not one slide, unfortunately. So we will start from the very beginning. If I could get, I thought we had a different slide on the beginning. Okay. Regardless, so just to orient council members, Matt and I will be going through each of the elements of the AP motion. We are only going to read what was selected by the AP as their final preferred alternatives, which are highlighted in yellow. And any changes from the council's PPA, any additional language that we may have added into the elements as we go through them will be noted in blue text, just to try to get everybody oriented into how we walked through our motion here at the AP. So I will go ahead and get started. Element number 1, the cooperative style system, voluntary harvester cooperatives. Holders of qualified trawl catcher vessel license limitation program LLP licenses under element 2 must join a cooperative annually in association with an eligible licensed processor, federal fisheries permit, or federal processing permit to harvest their trawl CB Pacific cod cooperative quota. CQ. Harvesters may change cooperatives, and cooperative associations may change annually without penalty. No limitation on qualifying catch history legal landings needed to form a cooperative. No limitation on the number of cooperatives that may form. Intercooperative formation is allowed. Option, a minimum of 3 licenses are needed to form a cooperative. Element 2, initial allocation to LLP licenses. Catch history to determine initial quota share allocations under this management action will not be considered beyond December 31st, 2019. 2.1, eligibility. Any LLP license assigned to a vessel that made qualifying catch history, legal landings, a targeted trawl CV catcher vessel, BSAI Pacific Cod during qualifying years, or an LLP license as of December 31st, 2019, assigned to an American Fisheries Act AFA trawl CV that had BSAI Pacific Cod catch in 1997, and any transferable Aleutian Islands endorsement is eligible to receive QS. 2.2, harvester allocation. Eligible LLP licenses must be assigned to a cooperative for the cooperative to receive annual Pacific Cod CQ. The initial allocation of quota share of QS will be made to eligible LLP licenses or transferable AI endorsements, with each LLP licenses or transferable AI endorsement QS based on the Pacific Cod qualifying catch history, legal landings of targeted BSAI Pacific Cod authorized by that LLP license or a transferable AI endorsement during the following qualifying years. Option 2.2.2, 2009 to 2019. Suboption 2.2.1, drop 1 year. 2.3, for the initial allocation of QS, qualifying catch history is attached to the LLP license at the time of harvest. If multiple LLP licenses authorized catch by a vessel in the absence of an agreement provided by the LLP license holder at the time of application, qualifying catch history will be option 2.3.2, assigned to an LLP license by the owner of the vessel that made the catch. 2.4, annual CQ will be issued to each cooperative by NIMS based on the aggregate QS attached to LLP licenses that are assigned to the cooperative. QS will not be designated for harvest in a management area, i.e. the Bering Sea or Aleutian Islands, but may be harvested from either area. NIMS will issue CQ by season as a tool to ensure that the season limits are not exceeded and allow for seasonal limits to be effectively enforced. NIMS would issue CQ and rely on co-op agreements to ensure the seasonal limits are not exceeded. Rollovers from A to B season may occur. An individual issuance of season CQ would limit the fleet's potential to fish their CQ entirely in one season. 2.5, option to allocate A and B season BSAI trawl CV Pacific Cod only. A and B season trawl CV Pacific Cod sector allocations after deduction of the ICAs will be allocated to 2 cooperatives as CQ. Annual CQ attributable to each LLP license will be that LLP license's proportional share of the total QS. The C season trawl CV Pacific Cod allocation will remain 15% and remain a limited access trawl CV fishery and will be available to any trawl CV with an eligible groundfish LLP license with an applicable area endorsement. The sea season limited access fishery will be managed as currently by NIMS, including management of incidental catches of Pacific Cod and other directed fisheries. Sea season trawl CV sector apportionments, including A and B season ICAs and CQ remaining after June 10, that NIMS projects to go in use are subject to reallocation to other sectors under current reallocation rules. 2.6, all groundfish species not allocated to cooperatives will be managed by maximum retainable amounts, MRAs, as current management. 2.7, the BSAI Pacific Cod sideboard limit for AFA trawl CVs at 50 CFR 67964 is removed upon implementation of this program. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Matt.
This is element 3, PSC limits. The annual crab and halibut PSC limits available to the Bering Sea Trawl Sea. Yes.
Mr. Down has a question. I think it would be helpful every few elements to stop and see if there's questions, just because there's a lot to go through here. So I'd like to take the question from Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is on the document itself. I know Ruth started out by giving us the examples of the underlines and the highlights here, but I'm just I'm just trying to make sure that I know what I'm looking at here. So this document that we're looking at, this PowerPoint, the pieces that you picked out for each element, are these the changes that have been made? Are those from the most recent council motion? And if so, it's not clear when I scroll down and look at this that we're indicating where we deviate from the PPAs or not. So I just want to make sure I understand exactly what the starting point was for this document that you started highlighting and underlining and crossing out, changing, and that type of thing. So I appreciate that, just to clarify where we started from.
Yes, sure, Mr. Down, through the chair. So the starting point is the council's June motion as amended by staff, which I believe begins on page 507 of the analysis. So the strike-throughs and the underlines that you see are from the staff recommendation. So bold language is the council's PPA from June. So the AP's final preferred alternatives are highlighted in yellow. And like I said, any language that is written in blue are AP recommended language changes from the council's PPA. So if that blue text is highlighted in yellow, it is included in our final preferred alternative recommendations. And any AP recommended changes that were ultimately not included in the final preferred alternatives are indicated with the blue text and the strikeout. Hopefully that helps.
No, that helps quite a bit. I just wanted to make sure I was following along with where we started from. You made that quite clear that this came from the analysis that's modified by staff. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. It's a big package. so that clarification is good. Thank you, Mr. Down.
Right. Yes. Thank you for the clarification there. It's a good one to make. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Ms. Christensen. I had a question back on your slide 7 before we get too far along. I kind of was slow earlier. The very last bullet on this slide, individual issuance of season CQ. Is the individual in that sentence just meaning A and B? Doesn't mean individual quota shareholders, right?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, back to you, Mr. Upton.
Sure. This is element 3, PSC limits. The annual crab and halibut PSC limits available to the Bering Sea Lucian Trawl CV Pacific Cod sector will be as follows. Option 3.2, establish separate PSC limits for the BSAI Trawl CV Pacific Cod sector. Halibut PSC limit will be based on historical use using qualifying years selected under element 2 between the Trawl CV sector and the AFA catcher processor sector. Crab PSC limits will be based on the proportion of BSAI Pacific Cod allocated to the Trawl CV sector and the AFA CP sector. Sub-option 3.31, reduce halibut PSC limit by 35%. Sub-option 3.32, reduce crab PSC limit by 35%. The 3-year phase-in does not apply to the crab PSC reduction. Sub-option 3.33, phase-in PSC limit reduction over 3 years. 1/3 of the total reduction is implemented each year. Option 3.4, if element 2.5 is selected, establish C season halibut and crab PSC apportionments 5% before applying PSC limit reductions for the PCTC program. Each cooperative will receive annual CQ of Pacific cod and apportionments of PSC limits based on members' qualifying catch histories and processing histories, if applicable, to be harvested in accordance with the Harvest Cooperative Agreement. The sector's PSC limits will be apportioned to cooperatives in proportion to its initial Pacific cod CQ apportionment. PSC limits are transferable between cooperatives based on the same rules established for Pacific cod CQ. This is element 4, GOA sideboards. Option 4.1, all AFA non-GOA exempt CVs and AFA LLP licenses will be sideboarded in aggregate for all GOA groundfish fishing activity and halibut PSC on the annual amount of the total trawl halibut PSC limit, except for vessels when participating in the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program based on their GOA catch history during the BSEI Pacific cod qualifying period. Prohibit directed fishing and regulations for the GOA non-exempt AFA CVs and LLPs for southeast outside pollock, western shallow water flatfish, and both central and eastern deep water flatfish and eastern Pacific Ocean perch. Option 4.2, AFA, GOA exempt and non-AFA CVs assigned to LLP licenses and under 60 LLP licenses with AI transferable endorsements that receive annual BSAI Pacific cod CQ will not be permitted to lease their BSAI Pacific cod CQ as a condition of benefiting from the GOA sideboard exemption. The vessel assigned to the qualified GOA exempt LLP license does not fish the GOA during the calendar year, except for the Central GOA Rockfish Program. The BSAI Pacific cod CQ generated by the LLP can be leased that calendar year. Cooperatives will be required to monitor GOA, AFA exempt, and non-AFA vessels to ensure they do not lease their BSAI Pacific cod CQ and implement a penalty structure for violations. Cooperatives will be required to report leasing activities and penalties issued in BSAI Pacific cod Cooperative Annual Report. Suboption 4.21, AFA, GOA exempt, and non-AFA CVs with LLP licenses of less than 200 metric tons of average annual qualifying BSAI Pacific cod history may lease their BSAI Pacific cod CQ history and benefit from the GOA sideboard exemption. And that's now switching over to Ruth for element 5 and 6. We can stop for questions if folks have them.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Mr. Upton. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Upton. I'm having trouble tracking the rationale in this large document, as you can imagine. So can you help me on suboption 4.2.1 and the AP's recommendation of a 200 metric ton threshold below which the specified participants would be able to lease their Pacific cod CQ and benefit from the Gulf exemption? Did the AP receive testimony about that particular amount being appropriate, or can you give me a little insight into how you all determined that was the appropriate threshold level, excuse me?
Through the chair, most of the discussion was around how there's going to be small amounts of quota for some of these AFA Gulf exempt and non-AFA catcher vessels, and how they're going to still need to be able to focus on the Gulf, their primary fishery, and have the option to lease their quota in the Bering Sea. In terms of the 200 metric tons versus 400 or 600 metric tons and why we went with the lower amount, I don't recall specific testimony arguing for higher amounts, and we didn't see any motions to change that. And my understanding is that looking at the analysis, that folks felt that was kind of the appropriate place to draw the line, and that's consistent with some of the recommendations that we saw come out of the different trade groups. But Ruth might be able to help me if I overstep there, or might have a different take on it.
Yeah, Ms. Baker, through the chair. That's correct. We did receive there was some limited testimony, but we did receive some testimony, and I believe you'll be hearing it as well, that from GOA, centered stakeholders about the 200 metric tons being more of a compromise that still meets the intent of this element.
And one follow-up through the chair, we did receive specific written comment advocating for the 200 metric tons from the Alaska Groundfish Data Bank.
Thank you. That's helpful. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, element 5.
Okay, element 5, processor and community provisions. 5.1, no closed class of processors. All processors with an eligible FPP or SFP are eligible to process BSAI Pacific Cod CQ under this program, subject to eligibility requirements under the BSAI FMP Amendment 120 to limit CPs acting as mothership. 5.2, limit sideboard on directed BSAI Pacific Cod CQ that can be delivered by trawl CVs to eligible CPs acting as mothership. The sideboard would be based on BSAI Pacific Cod processing history by eligible CPs during qualifying years under Element 2. Option 5.2.1. Each eligible CP acting as a mothership may process up to the higher of 125% of the eligible CP's processing history, percentage based on qualifying years selected in Element 2.2, or 2, the history, percentage based on qualifying years selected under Element 2.2, from the LLP licenses that are owned in excess of 75%, directly or indirectly by the owner of a CP LLP eligible for the offshore sector of the target non-CDQ BSAI Pacific Cod Trawl CV fishery as of December 31st, 2019, not to exceed 125% of the eligible CP's processing history. Mm-hmm. 5.4, allocation of QS to processors. This option is only applicable to Bering Sea processors and eligible CPs if AI provisions are selected under Element 6. Onshore and offshore processors with an eligible FFP or FPP, subject to eligibility requirements under the BSAI FMP Amendment 120 to limit CPs acting as motherships, that have history of processing in the federal BSAI Pacific Cod Trawl CV fishery will be eligible to receive a percentage of total quota share based on each onshore processor's and offshore processor's processing history. To be used, the processor's CQ would be transferred to the CV cooperative. Option: a cooperative cannot assign a greater proportion of the CQ resulting from processor-held QS to an LLP license owned by that processor or harvest by a vessel owned by that processor then the LLP license would have brought into the cooperative absent any processor-held QS. The cooperative will monitor this provision and include reporting on harvest of CQ resulting from processor-held QS in the BSAI Pacific Cod Cooperative Annual Report. Percent of QS to be allocated to eligible processors. Option 5.4.5, 22.5%. Processing history years to receive QS are the same as harvester years in Element 2. Processors that are no longer active, no longer hold an FPP, would not be issued QS. The processing history associated with those processors would be deducted from the total amount of eligible processing history during the qualifying years when calculating the distribution of QS to processors. Moving on to Element 6, the AI processor provisions. Options 6.1 and 6.2 are mutually exclusive. Under this element, an Aleutian Islands AI shore plant is defined consistently with vacated Amendment 113 regulations. An AI shore plant operating under the provisions of this element is exempt from the processing facility use cap in element 8.4. All cooperatives will be required to establish an intercooperative agreement that describes how the set-aside provision in option 6.1 will be administered by the cooperative to ensure that harvests in the Bering Sea do not exceed the minimum set-aside or shoreside plant amount. This intercooperative agreement should establish how the cooperatives intend to harvest the set-aside. This intercooperative agreement must be provided as part of the annual cooperative application and is required before NIMS can issue CQ. Option 6.1. In any year when the community of ADAC and or ATCA files a notice of intent to process, require the cooperative to reserve a set-aside for delivery to an Aleutian Islands shore plant. The amount of the set-aside will be 10% to 25% of the BSAI CV trawl directed A season CQ and is in effect only during the A and B season. Any remaining portion of the set-aside will be reallocated to cooperatives in the same proportion as the initial CQ if ADAC and or ATCA withdraws its intent to operate notice. Okay, we can pause for questions on elements 5 or 6 before moving on.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Christensen. And I'm not sure, I may be having technical issues with my Adobe platform. If anybody does have questions, please jump in. And is are the slides being advanced? I'm still showing page 12.
They were, go ahead.
Yeah, we're on page 19 on my display, Mr. Chair, and Kenny Down has a question.
All right, Mr. Twite, would you handle this for now while I'm getting my computer issues sorted out?
You bet. Mr. Down, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ruth, if you could back up one slide, I think I'm interested in just getting yeah, there we go. Amendment 9. Well, let me see if I've got this. So, I'm looking for I think it might be the next slide. I'm looking for the one where there was a motion to substitute the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands for the Bering Sea. There we go. Amendment 8, Bering Sea, and it was deleted Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. I see the amendment failed 9 to 9 there. I just would like to have you clarify a little bit for me, just the discussion. I don't need too much detail, but I'm just interested in what the discussion was there between the difference between having the Bering Sea there or deleting Bering Sea Aleutian Islands.
Sure, Mr. Down. So the discussion has to do on the restriction under element 6. And so, so by not including the Aleutian Islands, the focus is on harvesting in the Bering Sea in order to preserve the opportunity for harvest in the Aleutian Islands. And that's the issue that option 6.1 is trying to address, relating to the vessels choosing vessels that may choose to harvest all their quota in the Bering Sea, and amending that language to include the Aleutian Islands would prevent this option from working as it is intended. So that and then others felt that the addition of the language to include the Aleutian Islands and not just the Bering Sea was intended to address the unrestricted DFA in the Aleutian Islands and to clear up the potential oversight. So that was what the main two positions in the AP conversation were focused on. And Matt, I don't know if you have anything you would like to add to that.
Through the chair, no, that captures it, and we had staff explain as well how it needs to be Bering Sea.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, that answers my question. I'm still, I need to think about this a little bit more myself, but it just, it seems totally clear cut to me, but I just was interested, Ruth and Matt, if you had anything more to add. But it just seems interesting to me because it seems like it was clear and staff was clear, and yet the vote was 9-9. So I'm still not sure I quite caught that. If you had anything to add that might help, that'd be okay. But if not, that's fine too. I'll think about this myself. Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ruth and Matt.
Ms. Christensen and Mr. Upton, I'm not seeing any further questions, so I think you can proceed.
Okay, I think that means we're on element 7, and I think I'm going to turn it over to Matt.
Okay, and so
okay,
just for clarity for everybody, that's slide 20, just to make sure everybody's screens are advancing at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Okay, this is element 7, transferability. 7.1, initially issued QS are attached to trawl CV LLP licenses and are non-severable from the LLP licenses. Transfer of an LLP license eligible for this program results in a transfer of any program eligibility and QS associated with the LLP license. Suboption 7.11, for the LLP licenses associated with the non-exempt AFA vessels within 90 days of initial issuance of the QS harvest quota shares, the owners of the LLP licenses that are associated with AFA non-exempt CV catcher vessels that had engaged in fish transfer agreements during the qualifying periods may transfer the QS between other LLP licenses associated with the AFA non-exempt vessels. After these transfers are approved by NIMS, the BSAI Pacific Cod QS harvest quota shares will no longer be severable from the LLP license to which it was reassigned. A dispute resolution process shall be developed and implemented which may exempt transfers from the 90-day deadline. 7.2, QS based on processing history are issued as separate permits, and the permit is only transferable to another processor. Permits issued to shoreside processors can only be transferred to other shoreside processors that hold an FPP. The QS is non-severable from the permit except in the case that transfer the permit to another eligible processor would result in exceeding the use cap under option 8.3. In that case, the portion of the QS over the cap is allowed to be severed from the permit and transferred to another eligible processor permit or shoreside processor that holds an FPP. 7.3, annual Pacific Cod CQ and PSA limits, whether derived from harvesting or processing histories, are transferable between cooperatives. 7.4, post-delivery transfers of CQ are permitted but must be completed by December 31st, i.e. prior to annual CQ expiring. Element 8, ownership and use caps.
Mr. Upton, let's get questions here on element 7. Mr. Merrill and then Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Upton. If you could go back one slide, please. I had a few questions about the dispute resolution process. Could you please describe for me a little bit more of what the AP had in mind about this dispute resolution process and how it would differ from our administrative appeals process and then legal proceedings that can be pursued if that is not satisfactory?
Through the chair, so we heard some public testimony on this issue specifically and some written comment, and the largest issue that it's trying to respond to is if the existing kind of period where those transfers would be contemplated, there was some dispute around that, and that some of those different processes that you identified may not be sufficient to address that, and that there be a kind of a extension to the usual 90-day deadline if there's a dispute that's underlying. My guess is that NIMS would have to work this within their existing programs. There may be some overlap, as I believe you're probably alluding to.
And a follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Was there any discussion at the AP in terms of what exactly this dispute resolution process would look like, how that would be administered, how that would be developed? Any expectations on the agency about where we would look for some examples of this?
Through the chair, just thinking, I don't believe there was a specific example of where the agency would look to develop this, but more the just general concern that the 90-day deadline could be limiting, and that there might be a need for something that's more extensive than what you outlined. I guess I'll lean on Ruth if she has any more thoughts on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Mr. Merrill, through the chair, we at the AP, we didn't engage in the level of detail that you're asking about. The proponents of this dispute resolution process did provide detail in their testimony and in their comment letter. But for purposes of the AP, most of us, not being lawyers around that table, felt it better to just recognize that a dispute resolution process is needed as part of the program, but we didn't get into the level of detail that you are asking about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Thank you, Mr. Upton. No further questions.
Right, thank you, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. For either Ms. Christensen or Mr. Upton, just sort of keying off the last part of Ms. Christensen's answer about most of the folks on the table thought a dispute resolution process was needed. I was listening pretty carefully to your response to Mr. Merrill's questions prior, and I actually didn't hear in there the rationale for why it was needed.
Through the chair, so the concern that was identified is if someone decides to just hold out and not come to an agreement within this 90-day deadline, what happens at that point? And so the concern would be that if there's not a dispute resolution, then a stakeholder was worried that that could cause gaming to potentially happen, or some outcome that the dispute resolution process would help them alleviate.
Thanks. Second question, if I may. In the staff presentation, they suggested that if something like this were to be developed, agency and council staff might need some specificity about what that should look like. This is directive. The language that the AP adopted is directive, but doesn't really provide much in the way of specifics. Was there a conversation with staff from either the council or the agency about whether this language provided enough specificity for agency and council staff to develop further?
Through the chair, I don't recall specific conversations with staff about whether or not there was a level of specificity here for them to develop it. My guess is this would just have to come out through the proposed rulemaking process if the council were to decide to take it up. Ruth, do you have any other thoughts on that?
I don't, through the chair. We didn't engage with staff on this particular part of our motion.
Thanks much.
Okay, element 8.
Okay, Mr. Chair, are we ready to move on to element 8?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is ownership and use caps. 8.1, harvester issued QS, processor issued QS do not count towards this use cap. No person may hold or use more than option 5% of the Pacific Cod QS issued, option 8.11, using the individual and collective rule. Option 8.1, persons over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered. 8.2, no vessel may harvest more than option 4% of the annual Pacific Cod CQ issued in the fishery. Option 8.21, vessels over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered. 8.3, processor issued QS. No person may hold or use more than option 20% of the Pacific Cod QS, option 8.31, using the individual and collective rule. Sub-option 8.3, persons over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered. 8.4, no processing company may process more than 30% of the Pacific Cod CQ. Option 8.41, processing facilities over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Ruth unless there are some questions.
All right, thanks, Mr. Upton. Looks like we've got a couple. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can go back. Yes, thank you. On 8.4, the specific about no processing company, did the AP have a meaning for a company that's different than, say, a person, which is sort of a common term that we use in our regulations when we talk about use caps? And what was the rationale for that change from facility?
Through the chair, there was some public testimony and some written testimony in terms of how a shore plant that also operates a floating processor would potentially, if it was not changed to a company approach, end up in a situation where their operations would be constrained in a way that could negatively impact them and the fleet that they work with. Ruth, was there more specificity than that in terms of the versus individual? I'm not recalling that specific distinction, just more that there would be an issue unless it was moved towards the company approach.
Yeah, Matt, Mr. Merrill, through the chair, the changing to the company is intended to provide more flexibility, recognizing that there are companies that have multiple facilities. And if it's a facility at the facility level, that would really restrict their flexibility in their business plans and directing where fish may be processed depending upon the circumstances of the fishery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Merrill. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on 8.4 as well on this slide. Mr. Upton, I just wanted to make sure I'm clear on the AP recommendation. I thought you said that it was that no processing company may process more than 30% of the Pacific Cod CQ, but it looks like, oh no, never mind. Sorry, I'm not getting the yellow. Is that truly the AP recommendation was 30%? I was getting confused by the formatting. But.
Ms. Baker, you are correct through the chair. It is 30%.
Yeah, okay.
Through the chair, the only, I believe, error that I think may be in here on use caps would be on slide 22, and it's supposed to be under 8.2. it's supposed to be 5%. The no vessel may harvest more than option 5% of the annual Pacific cod CQ, and I'm not sure why the 4% highlighted. We had a lot of testimony around how it needed to be 5%.
Thank you. That was my next question. So nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Baker and Mr. Upton, for that clarification. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the next slide, Mr. Upton on 8.3 and 8.4. Apologize if you spoke to it, but could you provide brief rationale for why the AP chose the upper end of both of those ranges for their final preferred alternative?
Through the chair, in terms of the upper ranges, I would say that's just based on public comment we had on that, as well as just our internal discussions that given the direction things are going in the fishery, you have a lot of over capacity already. And so if you were to, for example, have on the lower end of that range, you could put the processing sector on the shore side in a difficult position as opposed to on the higher end of the range, which would give them a little bit more flexibility, especially if you consider cod is on somewhat of a downward trend. So that's, I don't know, Ruth, if you had more to add on that.
Yes, Matt, thank you. Ms. Kimball through the chair. I just think the AP felt that, higher caps were appropriate. Some processors will be grandfathered in over caps, and holding processors to a lower cap would prevent them, from growing and being competitive with those processors who are going to be grandfathered in at higher levels.
Thank you both. Okay, moving on to element 9, Mr. Chair. Cooperative provisions. Yep, thank you. Annual cooperative applications must be filed on or before November 1 of the preceding year. Cooperatives shall be formed by holders of qualified LLP licenses with trawl CV Pacific Cod QS. Each LLP license may be assigned to one cooperative. A list of CVs, both trawl and pot gear vessels, if element 14 is selected, eligible to harvest a portion of that cooperative CQ must be identified in the annual cooperative application. Cooperatives are intended only to conduct and coordinate harvest activities of members and are not Fishermen's Collective Marketing Act cooperatives. Membership agreements will specify that processor-affiliated members cannot participate in any price-setting negotiations except as permitted by antitrust laws. Element 10, all QS and allowances under this program are revocable privileges that 1, may be revoked, limited, or modified at any time. 2, shall not confer any right of compensation to the holder if they are revoked, limited, or modified. And 3, shall not create or be construed to create any right, title, or interest in or to any fish before the fish is harvested by the holder. The duration of all QS and associated PSC limit apportionments is 10 years. These permits will be renewed before their expiration unless revoked, limited, or modified. Matt, are you going to?
Sure.
You want me to do? Okay, thank you.
I was just giving a chance if there's any questions. I'll just keep going until we get stopped with these last ones, maybe. Okay. Element 11, monitoring. All vessels harvesting CQ will be in full coverage, 100% observer or electronic monitoring coverage category if applicable. This element is not intended to modify the observer coverage exception provided for CVs delivering unstored cod ends to a mothership or the current observer data transmission requirements for non-AFA trawl CVs. NIMS will develop monitoring and enforcement provisions necessary to track quota, harvest PSC, and use caps, the council authorizes NIMS to report weekly vessel level PSC information as authorized under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, MSA Section 402B2A. Element 12, reporting and program review. Each cooperative shall annually produce a report for the council describing its membership, cooperative management, and performance in the preceding year, including use of CQ derived from processor-issued QS, if applicable. For the MSA, a formal detailed review of the program shall be undertaken 5 years after implementation, with additional reviews unknown each 7 years thereafter. And then Ruth is going to finish out with the last two.
All right, Ms. Christensen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. So my apologies, Mr. Chairman. Okay, element 13, cost recovery. A fee not to exceed 3% of the excess value will be charged on all program landings to cover the actual costs directly related to the management, data collection, and enforcement of the program. And then element 14, gear flexibility. Pacific Cod CQ associated with trawl CV LLP licenses may be fished annually by a CV using pot gear. A pot endorsement is not required, but the LLP license used by a CV must have the appropriate area endorsement. Harvest would be deducted from the annual trawl CQ account to which the LLP license is assigned and will not affect sector allocations. CQ harvested by a pot CV is not permanently designated as pot CV CQ. If option 2.5 is selected, gear flexibility only applies to the A and B seasons based on the start and end dates for the trawl fishery. Pot CVs harvesting CQ would be subject to 100% coverage, observer coverage, and PSC use would be deducted from the PSC limit allocated to the cooperative. NIMS will develop monitoring and enforcement provisions necessary to track quota, harvest, PSC, and use caps. 3 years after implementation, the Council will review the gear flexibility aspect of the PCTC program and implement any changes needed to help achieve program objectives. And the main motion, as amended, passed 13-7, and as you all are aware, there's extensive rationale attached to our minutes, and so that concludes our presentation and motion from the AP.
All right, thank you both very much for walking through that with us. See if there's any additional questions. I just lost my connection, so if anybody does have additional questions, please jump in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Ms. Vanderhoven. Thank you, Ms. Christensen and Mr. Upton. I'm curious about the, on element 14, the review 3 years after implementation. Did the AP discuss whether there would be enough information to be meaningful at a 3-year review?
Ms. Vanderhoven, through the chair, we actually did not have that conversation about whether or not 3 years would be enough time to have sufficient data for that review. We did not have that conversation.
Thank you. Through the chair, the only thing I'd add is that we did hear that one stakeholder is also on the AP that they would plan on trying to use this gear flexibility. So beyond that stakeholder, there's a lot of discussion around how many people would take advantage of this potentially. But we did hear that at least one person who's on the AP indicated this would be something that they'd be doing. Whether or not that's enough information for review or not, we didn't really go into.
Ms. Vanderhoven, that address your question?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I've got my connection back. I'm not seeing any additional questions. Of course, jump in, council members, if you do. Okay. Well, with that, thanks again to both of you very much for the walkthrough, and that will conclude public comment. Or sorry, our AP report. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. All right, great. Well, that brings us to 4:03 Alaska time. It's a great time to break for the day. Let's come back tomorrow morning at 8, and we will take up public testimony.
The conference call is now ending.